We are now going to start the third budget hearing for the proposed 2024 budget for the city of Harrisburg. Mr. Truesdale, if you wouldn't mind calling the roll.
Ms. Daniels. Ms. Green.
Present.
Mr. Lawson.
Here.
Mr. Majors.
Here.
Ms. Rose.
Present.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Present.
Ms. Bowers.
Present.
Thank you very much. We will now start with committee business. As I said before, we're going to start with the follow-up questions from the police department and I believe a presentation from our CSAs. So if we could have the police department come to do the follow-up questions and presentation.
Very good. Shouldn't need that stuff. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can hear you just fine. Thank you very much.
I believe we got a second set of follow-up questions. Would you
Correct.
want me to go, just like last time, is go through and read them?
Yes, if you wouldn't mind.
I will. And I'll stop at each one, and if there's any questions, please ask. All right, since the recruiting strategy has continued to increase, what are the Bureau's diversity complement? In the Bureau of Police, there are 137 total officers, including management employees. 113 are white, 13 are black, 8 are Hispanic, and 3 are Asian. Any questions on that?
Can you just give those numbers one more time again?
Yes, sir. 137 total, including management. 113 are white, 13 are black, 8 are Hispanic, and 3 are Asian. Just keep going.
Yes.
Okay. Are any current employees in the Bureau bilingual? In the Bureau of Police, FOP members, 7 speak Spanish, 2 speak Farsi, 1 speaks French, and 2 speaks Cantonese. Oh, I'm sorry, 1 speaks Cantonese, just 1. My apologies. Would you like me to repeat that? Okay. When do you intend to fill the Secretary 1 UPD vacancy? Which quarter of 2024, external or internal applicants? For that one, we do, so it'll be first quarter of 2024. We have already gone through the ASME internal bidding process. It should be out as a job application with Human Resources. And as much as we probably like to do it in the month of December, I don't know if that's really gonna be feasible. We'll see if we can make it happen, but more than likely early first quarter of 2024. When do you intend to fill the community service aide vacancy? Which quarter of 2024, external or internal applicants? Again, first quarter of 2024. Captain Winder and Director Houston have been interviewing external applicants and are continuing interviews and finding qualified individuals for the positions. I believe we're at 1. We still have to fill.
All right, we don't have the same answer. We have a repeated answer from the secretary position. So if you could just repeat that, please.
Sure. First quarter 2024. Captain Winder and Director Houston have been interviewing external applicants and are continuing interviews and finding qualified individuals for the positions. You guys didn't get a read ahead of this, the answers? No. Okay. Keep going. When do you intend to fill the detective vacancy? Which quarter of 2024, external or internal applicants? Right now, there are 2 detective vacancies. One position is vacant due to a recent promotion to corporal. That position is fully funded for 2024. The other vacant position is funded at half salary, so it will not be filled until after July 2024, internal applicants only. And we talked about that the previous one, the budget hearing. In other words, we only had one detective vacancy. When we looked at when we were gonna be able to fill that based off of projected incoming personnel, we knew we wouldn't do it until after July Academy started in July of 2024. So we only funded that position at a half salary because we knew we weren't gonna use it in the very beginning of the year. And the other one, which we'll get into, I think, next, we had a detective who took a corporal promotion. That was on November 20th of 2024. So maybe in that budget, the police personnel budget that you received, there probably was 3 vacant corporal positions. We filled those on November 20th, and that detective took one of them. That will tie into the next question. When do you intend to fill the police corporal vacancies, which are 3? Which quarter of 2024, external or internal applicants? In the personnel section of the 2024 budget, there were 3 corporal vacancies existing when the budget was developed. 3 promotions were completed 20 November 2023. The 3 police officers promoted to corporal are Frida Kingsborough, Chad McGowan, and Anthony Cummings. So what we did was we were making personnel moves that were still developing the budget, and we planned out all of our personnel moves for the year to be executed mostly around November 20th, and that's what we did. There will be, even after we submit the budget, we're still doing things that change things around in there, but the total figures don't change, if that helps you. When do you intend to fill the police lieutenant vacancy? Which quarter of 2024, external or internal applicants? As discussed during the budget hearing, filling this vacancy is problematic. The lieutenant promotion eligibility list, which is a civil service list, is exhausted. Everybody on that list was promoted. The Bureau of Police would have to conduct another police promotion test in accordance with the civil service rules to develop a new list. The people eligible to take the test have already declined to take the last test. The sergeants who would take the test in the future are not eligible to take the test until they've been a sergeant for 2 years. So what we did is we looked at our realistic expectations of filling that lieutenant position. We looked at the salary. The earliest we knew we would be able to get a new promotional test, get a board together, meet all of our timelines to put out a study list, have them sign up, study, it wouldn't be until the fall of next year. If we decided to give a test. And realistically, when we really discussed it at our last command meeting, I don't think we're going to do that. So we don't expect to fill that position, but I didn't want to also take away the opportunity if someone else decided like, hey, let's do this. We got the time, it's already a budgeted item, so we made it a 1/4 salary for the year.
I'm sorry, I had a question, Sergeant.
Yeah.
So with you said there's a list for lieutenants. Is that just a Harrisburg list, or is it throughout all of the other municipalities?
It's just for Harrisburg. So we have our own civil service rules for the city of Harrisburg.
Okay.
And we have our civil service commissioner board, I can't remember what the proper thing is. It's 3 members of the community. And they certify our promotion eligibility list. We
Okay.
have 3 promotion eligibility lists for corporal, sergeant, and lieutenant.
Okay.
And that's where we get into, like, even the police lieutenant and police sergeant eligibility lists are completely vacant. Or they will be January 15th.
Okay.
So, well, those 2 are vacant now. The corporal eligibility list has
Right.
5 members on there.
Okay.
We will do one more promotion on January 15th. A corporal will move to sergeant, a patrol officer will move to corporal, and that exhausts the corporal to sergeant list. And now we have 4 candidates still for, and that list is good till April 25th, 2025.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
So I know it's confusing to us
Yeah.
too. We have to keep track of all that stuff.
Yeah, that was confusing. That's why I asked. I didn't know how that works.
So it takes a while because we have to either build the test ourselves or pay someone to build a test.
Oh.
We have to assemble an interview panel and come up with all the questions. But we also have to meet the civil service timelines for promotions. So there's a there's just a procedure to it, and we just build when do we want to give the test and start back planning from that date, and we project it out. But it takes a while to get that stuff put
Yeah,
together.
that's right. I'm just wondering why it's not all, why you can't hire from other places or have another list, or why it's just this
Yeah,
one in
it's
Harrisburg.
just internal.
That's
Yes,
really
ma'am.
difficult. Okay, thank you.
When do you intend to fill the police officer trainee vacancies, which are 14? Which quarter of 2024, external or internal applicants? All right, so due to promotions and the loss of several employees, there are truly 19 patrol officer vacancies at this point in time. And we went over that at the last budget thing there. Last week, the commissioner extended a conditional offer of employment to 3 police officers for January 2024, which is when the next Harrisburg Area Community College Act 120 training class begins. I think we knew that the day we gave our budget thing is when we did the interviews for the police things. I think we talked about that, how there's always a recruiting cycle going on. That one just concluded, the conditional officers were made. They have to still continue, they still have things they need to accomplish to get a full offer, but they will not start until January 8th, 2024 for those 3. Getting back to answering the question. In the 2024 budget, the Bureau of Police has 13 patrol officer vacancies that are funded at half salary. This is due to the Act 120 certification class starting in July 2024. So just to clarify, when we looked at the vacancies and we had to project the budget out, it was before we knew who we were going to hire. So we had to make an educated guess how many we expected to hire for the January 2024 class. I thought the number would be 5. I was wrong. It ended up only being 3. So those 2 positions right there are fully funded for 2024. When we looked at when are we going to fill the rest of those slots, is we have a recruiting cycle going on to put people right now in the July 2024 class. Those 13 officers are funded at half salary because we knew we wouldn't hire them before that, and to help balance out the budget and give you a true projection of where we're at. The next ones are the 2 CSA questions. I didn't know how you wanted to handle that. I can just read the responses.
Yes, you can read the responses, and then we can follow up with Director Houston.
Okay. The question is, I would like to hear directly from Director Houston. Is the Community Service Aids Program continuing to be evaluated? What goals have been accomplished over the course of the year? What goals have been established for 2024? When do you expect to expand the program to 14 CSAs? Which quarter of 2024? External or internal candidates? The first question I would like.
I suppose at this point, she
Oh,
should
okay.
present.
Okay.
Since it says this, she will present.
Okay. Do you need this?
Yeah.
Oh, present, sorry.
There you go.
All right.
Okay. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
So the first question was, is the Community Service Aids Program continuing to be evaluated? And my first comment was, I needed a little bit of clarification in terms of what you mean by evaluated. Evaluated, when it comes to any position as a supervisor, you always have to look at, especially when it's a new program, it's no longer a pilot program in my opinion, but it is a new program. And so anytime you are in a supervisorial position, it's important for you to look at the positions that you're supervising to see what their duties and responsibilities are, what's working, what's not working, what you can improve upon and what you can expand upon. So in terms of that, yes, they will continue to be evaluated. If that's not what you're looking for, then that's where I need the clarification.
I'll clarify. That was the question that I asked because last week, with questions that were submitted and received in terms of the CSA program, it noted, and I'm trying to find the exact statement because I don't want to misquote, but something along the lines of the CSA program is being evaluated based on the response received by residents. So if they're received well by residents, then the program is successful, but that's not the information that I'm looking for. We receive updates, of course, through the quarterly reports regarding the data and the work that the CSAs are doing, but even in this explanation to the question about goals, past, present, future, there still seems to be some confusion about the overall vision of the program. So I was just looking for some clarity as to clear evaluation, like the data that we receive in the quarterly reports, is it working? Do we really feel confident that we're in a space to expand the formal program now, since it's not a pilot program anymore? That's really what I was looking at, because based on the line of questioning, I don't know if I'm confident that we're there. Everybody's still confused about their role, and that's why I was interested in hearing directly from you and from the CSAs about the work that they're doing and their thoughts and feelings on how the program is operating.
Okay, I guess when you look at a CSA role, ever since I took this position, I'll be very honest in saying that everybody has had an opinion about what they think the role should be for a CSA. When it comes to an administration, when it comes to the Bureau, when it comes to council. I think everybody had their own kind of idea. When I came into this position, I tried my best to work within the confines of which their duties and responsibilities were kind of already set up in place. My personal vision for the CSAs have been for them to be a liaison for the community, for the city of Harrisburg, and for the Harrisburg Bureau of Police. And what does that truly look like? That truly looks like being out in the community in whatever way possible, engaging with the community, outreach, if they can be a part of city events, Parks and Recs events that they've been, so gracious in allowing us to be a part of. If they can go to community events, community partnerships that we've tried to create. When we talk about business checks, and when you guys see that on the quarterly reports, when I envision a business check, it was for the CSAs to go into these businesses within the city of Harrisburg, which we have over 5,000 in this small radius, and to be able, if it wasn't obvious, a grocery store, a bank, or whatnot, and even those as well, but to get to start to have relationships with these people. Whether it's out on the street, whether I said it's directly going into the business, seeing what they have to offer, what kind of community resources they have, the YWCA, the Shalom House. The reality is that most of our CSAs were born and raised in the city of Harrisburg, so they have a lot of connections, they know a lot of people, their part-time jobs, their previous positions in school districts have led to a lot of solid foundations. So the idea was, let's branch off of that. Let's reach out with that and expose those relationships that you already have. So even when we had personnel challenges, when we were only down to two CSAs, I thought that it was amazing to see that the two that we did have, because of their strong relationships within the community, were able to go into the schools and have conversations with our young people, attend a lot of the school events, and be a part of those conversations. So when I look at the success of the CSA program, it really is trying to be that gap, again, between the city resources that we offer and what the Bureau has to offer. Yes, it's great to be able to have our own events, do community barbecues, outreach, talk to people, engage. That is very important. Yes, National Night Out is very, very important for our community, to see our community policing, to see our CSAs out and about talking. But when we look at the success of a program, that's how I saw it, as CSAs being able to literally touch our community, go out and, like I said, visit places that have community resources and learn what those places are, what kind of resources they provide. And then when they're out on the street and they run into a person who's like, well, hey, what do you guys do? Or hey, and you get to talking, because a lot of times, let's be honest, a lot of conversations, a lot of beautiful things have transpired through just conversation, through communication. And so that is, to me, what I see a community service aide's empowerment is. There's their ability to have effective communication. And again, what does that look like? Visibility, being at events, being out and about. We also have to remember that they are ASME employees. So they're are on a schedule, Monday through Friday, 8 to 4:30. We also know that communication and community events don't just stop Monday through Friday, 8 to 4:30. They have evening things, they have weekend, things, and also, too, we also have to keep in mind that the CSAs do have lives. But I thought that it was awesome to also see that even though they had their own personal lives, they also sacrificed some of those things to be at some of these community events to be visible, even when our personnel was short. So when I measure the success personally, from this director's standpoint of the CSAs, that's what it looks like to me. For every resident that you might meet that says that they don't know what a CSA does, I can bring you one that says that they do and that they appreciate the work that's being done.
Thank you. I found the sentence I was looking for. It says their accomplishments are measured by how they are being received in the community and how they support the Bureau. So I just wanted to clarify that. So if you're confident that we should expand the program to 14, when do you see that occurring at some point in 2024?
That'll be very honest in saying that's out of my purview in the sense of us having enough resources and the support and the funds to be able to do that. Again, like I said, community, policing, community outreach doesn't just stop at 4:30. So ideally, it would be great to have those other CSAs that come on board to be able to have those later shifts, to be able to maybe have things that transpire or have CSAs that work on the weekend, sort of like officers do. Their work doesn't just stop also Monday through Friday, 8 to 4:30. So to be able to cover those shifts where things are happening in the evenings and on the weekends would be awesome. But I have to be very honest in saying that's out of my purview. I would love to see it happen for 2024, but if our funds and resources don't support it, then, we'll work with what we have.
Thank you.
Just kind of a follow-up to kind of that question and conversation. As we're talking about the success of the program, you kind of gave some examples of how you measure the success, but like in a quantity form, how do you measure the success? Like, it's an idealistic form, right? Okay.
Yeah, and it's hard, and I'll be very honest with you because I sit back and I think about that too, and it is hard when I work with our crime analyst, Adrian Hoffman-Lewis, and we sit and we try to pull the data from the Cody reporting. It's like, I sometimes am like, I wish that I could show these reports to council because they have a wealth of information of what the CSAs are doing or the things that they encounter when they are on the streets. I mean, they might go into a business and come out with something totally different. You know what I mean? And it's like a totally different encounter. And then they'll come back and be like, well, the director, I ran into this person and it led to this, and this conversation. And that really is, to me, how, like I said, how you measure it. But I know on paper that's difficult to do. So when they go on calls, per se, whether it's an area check, a foot patrol, any of that, that is how you, I guess, quantify it, because that is when they're out in the streets and they're actually doing, they're putting that into the CODI system, which is the police reporting system. So for me, that is the metric. But when you talk about the outreach, and like I said, and from an idealistic standpoint, to me, it's their visibility and people saying, my phone calls and voicemails that have been left to me, emails that have said, I ran into such and such CSA, Brooks, and, he was amazing. I just want to know he was an amazing young man. I had a great conversation. To me, that is, I wish you all could hear that, because to me, it proves the success of the program. And I don't really know how else to.
I would say we'd love to hear it. That, we have public meetings when the police come down for their quarterly reports. That should be included. That should be information we can get. Every report doesn't only have to be quantitative. There's such thing as a narrative report.
Right.
You can give us examples. We can listen to some of the voicemails because from our end, we go, well, tell us what's going on. Well, they went to this many calls, but what did that call do? How is the program being effective? And we were given a narrative when the program was developed, and then we kind of haven't got much of a narrative since. And as far as the goals, you know, we love to have some of those narrative goals so that we can have those narrative reports to go along with them to really measure it. Because if not, it just kind of seems like a program that was created that is being used, but nothing's being done to measure the success of it. And as we say, it's no longer a pilot program, then every program in the city still has to be evaluated, right? Every line in the budget has to be evaluated to see its success rate and its use for the city and its residents. And so I think it's important for us to understand how it's being used and what's being done. CSA is coming down and you coming down and giving us some of this information, I think is not only important, it's necessary. It's necessary for us, it's also necessary for the residents as we evaluate things. There should be no resident, I mean, obviously we know, there are going to be some residents that say they don't know what a CSA is. There are residents that say they don't know who I am, right? But it's my job to reach out, right, to try to spread it. Just like it's the CSA and the police department's job to try to reach out and spread that narrative. And kind of show the residents how we are making those connections. And sometimes it is through telling a story. One of the most impactful presentations I got from the fire department is when they played us one of the calls, because we could listen to what was going on. We could listen to that response. And that's a lot more impactful than numbers on a paper, because we can all put numbers on a paper. But when you're trying to tell a story, you know, you kind of need those words behind it. So when you say we'd love to share it with you, I go, why aren't you? You know, like, and not trying to sound smart, but I'd say that's your job. Like that's your role to be that liaison with us as well. So I appreciate you being here tonight. I don't have any questions at the moment. I'm going to pass it off to my colleague, Councilman Majors.
Thank you, yes, and thank you for being here. Earlier you mentioned the personnel challenges. Are exit interviews conducted when folks were leaving the positions?
That's a question, I believe, for HR. I'm pretty sure they
Okay.
were.
Can you speak to anything that, I mean, again, about ensuring that, trying to be mindful, I see our solicitor with his finger on the button, so I'm trying to make sure I'm wording my questions carefully. Yeah, so how are we ensuring that we don't run into similar personnel challenges moving forward? Since we did mention that there were several personnel challenges throughout the year.
All I was going to add is that people are given the opportunity from HR. You can't mandate that they sit down. And so in reality, not just CSAs, very few departing employees opt to do any substantive exit interview.
Okay.
That's the simple reality.
All
I can't answer why. But
Okay. And if we could get any information around these particular positions, that would be helpful. You also mentioned earlier, CSAs are only 8, I mean, since they are ASME positions, are they only 8 to 4:30?
They're 8 to 4:30, and if we have events or acts to attend and anything beyond that, they are offered overtime for that.
Okay. How are those events determined? So, for instance, if an organization have to reach out for a CSA to attend an event after 4:30, or?
A lot of our events that have been done after 4:30 have either been the organizer has reached out, or the CSAs or myself have been in contact with the organizer in some way, shape, or form or capacity, and they've asked us to be a participant of that event. And so if it makes sense from a community outreach standpoint, then it's usually approved.
Okay. And everything stays within the budgeted amount of funding for the CSAs in the year. So is there, I guess in terms of, that would be overtime, right?
Correct.
And it's all staying within our budgeted overtime amounts?
That I cannot.
It falls under the umbrella of the Bureau of Police, because that's overtime for all ASME and FOP in the Bureau of Police.
Okay.
Yep.
Again, I think some of the other questions I had were sort of asked, but again, I think we are very interested in hearing what your vision is for the program. Again, since its inception a few years ago, we've had at least 3 different directors of the CSAs. So getting your vision on paper so that we can measure it against what we're receiving. I think one of my colleagues had already mentioned about the reports that were coming in. They provide a small level of, I guess, all the work that you're doing. We do want to hear, because again, if we're putting funding and resources towards a program that's supposed to serve as the liaison between the community and the police, we do want to know what they're doing. We, many of us may know some of the CSAs personally, but again, personally, personal relationships aside, it's getting an understanding of what this program is doing for our whole community. So again, can a organization or a neighborhood group that has meetings like our neighborhood associations, do they reach out to have CSAs? Do you attend those type of meetings, or is it just you're waiting for someone to call before a CSA goes out?
Again, so it can either be the organizer reaches out to us directly, or the connections that we have with the organizer, myself personally, or the CSAs, and they bring it to, and we have a conversation about the event or what's transpiring, and if it makes sense within the confines of their position, then it's usually approved. So, I mean, also keep in mind that the CSAs are also dealing with quality of life issues. That's the part that it's helping also with the police officers, and helping them be able to attend to emergency situations. So quality of life issues, example, today we got an email about a basketball court being parked on a public street, blocking someone trying to protect their parking space in front of their row home. That's typically, the police would get that phone call. But they were actually kept getting pushed to parking enforcement, but it came to us, and we were asked if one of the CSAs could please go out and have a conversation, because this is a quality of life issue that they can handle before it escalates to a point where an officer needs to be involved, and they're being cited for this. You have, I mean, that's just like one example. I mean, they get things like that quite often. Quality of life issues, and they're there trying to help, like I said, facilitate a conversation, and effective communication. Sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes they're able to get the neighbors to be neighborly, and sometimes it has to go and be carried on to a police officer. But those are some of the quality of life issues that they are dispatched to, just for example, because that's at the top of my mind.
Okay, thank you.
Today.
Just 2 last questions from me. The current complement, have we filled all of our positions that are open?
All but one.
Okay. And what does, you mentioned in here recruiting younger CSAs, what does the recruitment process for a CSA look like?
So, I don't know if I said we're recruiting younger CSAs with the right, yes. So, again, when we talk about my vision as the director, one of the things that I noticed when I got into this position is how close you do work with the police. Obviously being under the realm of, the police bureau, I said this would be a great way, not only for minorities, but for young people to be able to get into a CSA position, see what it's like to work within the police bureau with not necessarily being a sworn officer, being out in the community, especially if you're born and raised in this community, and to be able to maybe see what you like and what you don't like, and then maybe that will encourage you to want to maybe take it to another level and to say that I want to be the change that I want to see, and take that step towards being a law enforcement. But you already have your foot in the door because you've been exposed in a different way. So when I say younger, that to me is what I saw and noticed when I first started. So I would love to see that. I think it would be a beautiful thing, so.
Okay, thank you. And I just have one other question for the police. When we talk about the bargaining unit numbers for the complement. Does that include CSAs, or are they not included in that number?
That was just FOP numbers.
Just FOP numbers?
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
All right. Thank you.
Councilman Lawson, and then Councilwoman Ross.
All right, so this may actually fall under both of you, just because we were talking about some of the numbers of diversity, and one strategy I was thinking of, because although I'm seeing that we have minority leadership within our police department, when we look at the overall numbers of the backgrounds of the officers, we are still seeing a stark difference. And although I'd love to see him live to 130, I believe that we're not going to have our commissioner forever at the top here. And so my thoughts are, we probably want to build more diversity in the lower ranks, so as we hire and we bring people up, we still keep a contingency of officers who are cognizant of the differences that they may encounter as they're out there in the street. One of the issues with, I guess, like an implicit bias is just not understanding the background of the people that you're serving. And I was wondering if there were any strategies we're using to try to reach out to grab like a more diverse pool of officers.
That's a tough one, boss. I'll let the commissioner answer that one, sir.
Thank you, Chief. We have tried recruiting and everything else, but I'm sure that you've known nationally or you've seen on TV, the ranks of the military is down, when it comes to people of color and all kind of officers. We were fortunate, we just hired a young man of color. The three officers that I hired, it was one person of color. In the last class, I was so proud because I met this young man at the gym, and I talked to him, and he joined the force, and he's graduating December the 21st. I talked to two other people of color this past week. They put applications in. So we're out there trying. We would love to have more people of color. I know that my partner here, Dennis, he would like to have more people of color. And even the officers, the white officers, they want more people of color because, that'll make their job a whole lot easier. But, for some reason, we just can't find interest in people of color to be police officers.
Right, and one of the thoughts that I had, because as I look at our CSAs, and I see we're not having a problem there, and so we're saying with the CSA, one thing to do is say, use this as a stepping stone maybe to enter the ranks of the FOP. I just think that's one great strategy that we've already talked about, the last time that you were here, that being one of the strategies. And of course, the gym is a great place, and our local colleges, and maybe even some of the HBCUs, and trying to attract some people to move into the area. But I just think that, with the two of you working together, I think that's going to be a good way to help change the ranks just a little. But anything that you have that you think of as you're out recruiting, and I know that you do, but just keep in mind always to look for people of color, just because it does help with a city that's, I say, a majority minority city. That just helps make the CSA's jobs a lot easier, and the officers as well.
And it does, sir. And if you can remember last week, my partner, DC, he laid it out so meticulously, how you have to go through a whole lot of steps to become a police officer. And it's actually hard because our governing body, MOPEC, will not make any exceptions for anything whatsoever, we just can't change that, there's test after test after test that you must pass, but it's possible. We have a lot of good youth here. I want to tap into that there, but for some reason, they're just not interested. It could be because of what they saw on TV, could be because of George Floyd. There's a whole plethora of issues, that they're looking at, A couple years ago, there was an incident that took place down in Texas where they showed this video these young kids at a pool, and this young girl was being beat by this officer, and the kids here thought that it happened here. So, it's just a lot of issues, trying to get people of color. But we are trying.
And if I may, Director Houston brought up a really good point in reference to the CSAs. And I think we're always going to have philosophical differences in reference to whether we want people with life experience or we want young people. I can see the argument for both. One of the original goals when the CSAs were discussed was what Director Houston brought up was you have to be 21 to be a Harrisburg police officer. That's what our civil service rules require. So we can't go to the high schools and recruit people out of high school to become an officer. They have to wait. The original goal of the CSAs, we had talked about perhaps changing the civil service rules. It's just like a military veteran. The CSA could earn a number of points toward their score on the scoring comes from the police test. But what Director Houston did bring up is the CSA position could be an excellent stepping stone for a young person to get into law enforcement because you're learning the geography of the city, you're learning the neighborhoods and the people and the issues you're going to be dealing with. You're talking to dispatchers on the radio. You're working around other police officers from time to time. You get to see how the Bureau works, and then you can make a decision on whether that's something I want to pursue or not. The CSA jobs are good jobs, and there's a huge benefit to having them out there as they go along and with their training, with their direction, and the people that they're bringing in, they can be able to do amazing things. And you're right, you don't get to hear the good things that are happening with the CSAs, with the Bureau of the Police, and other entities within the police, because we're not out there, we don't have a news crew that follows us around and tells us the good stories. They usually tell us about what we're doing wrong. So we probably should do a better job highlighting our successes, and we could do a better job at our quarterly reports probably doing that, and we will attempt to do so. So just to throw that out there also.
That would be great, and then I'll, of course, follow up with what my other colleagues have just said. Yes, please give us the good stories. Get them on Channel 20. Do whatever you can to help to help improve the public perception of the police department. Just because we do have a lot of people who do the yeoman's work, but if things go bad or it's perceived badly, you have a hard time overcoming that. So if we have a lot of positive stories that we can look at, then it's easier for people to say, I'll give you the benefit of the doubt when things don't go well.
The goodwill.
Yes.
And this is sort of good story. So far this year, we have 12 homicides. We have 6 by shooting death. We have 6 by blunt trauma. And in a couple years past, we'll be up at 16 to 18 right now, and they'll all be by shooting deaths. And so the officers are doing a lot of good work by getting guns off the street, talking to people, talking to the young kids, talking to grown-ups, trying to stop the violence. We cannot control what goes on in somebody's house because we have a lot of domestic killings this year. But I think it's great. I think it's still sad, but it shows that we are trying because we have 6 shooting deaths, and that's too many. But we cannot control the mass public.
Also, just really quickly, I just wanted to add, I know a few weeks ago I had sent a video to you all, and I'm not really sure if you all received it. And it was 3 different news stations that had CSA Myron Brooks and CSA Tisha Barber and CSA Jody Coleman. They had attended Tent Valley Ministries Thanksgiving meal right after the parade, and they were on the news, and I had forwarded to you all. So I did try to share something that was in the news. So I will continue to do so, knowing that you guys want to hear the good things that are going on. But I did send that. So
Thank you very much. We appreciate that.
Thank you. Good evening again, everyone. And I just want to say for the police department, thank you for coming again to answer our questions. Taking time out of your day. And I want to thank you, Director Houston, for coming and answering our questions. And for the CSAs coming for the second time. Yes. I think we're asking a lot about them and talking about their position, but not recognizing them. So I, wanted to recognize that they are here. And I can definitely attest to, I don't know all of them yet. I can't wait to meet everyone, but CSA Coleman and Barbara attest to their position and how they are in the community. And also say that I have seen the CSA car out by schools. Someone helped somebody with a flat tire. I was driving past. So I do know they're in the community, and I want everyone to know them the way that I do and some of our council members do, because I think it's a great way as a liaison between the police department in the community. I do understand the program for that setup. So I just had one question and then just maybe a suggestion. My first question, I wanted to go back around to the goals. I was just wondering what you and maybe the CSA sat down about and thought about. What are your goals for this year of 2024? What can we look forward as a council and residents?
So we definitely want to have more community barbecues where we set up in some of our neighborhoods and really just have an engagement session, and that's just an opportunity for them to meet and greet with our CSAs, with our community policing unit, and just have literally conversations. So we're looking forward to beefing those up. We only had an opportunity to do one this year, and so I hope that that'll be something that we'll be able to pick up on. This year, we, through United Concordia and Highmark, they had reached out wanting to do donations. So I had a conversation with the CSAs asking, because they are out in the community, because they know some of these community providers, because they work on the side with some of these community providers, who did they think, we should put on the list, and what items did they need? And so this year, we were able to donate to the Shalom House, and we were able to donate, necessary items from that, started a greater conversation of what some of the ladies there needed, some things as simple as bus passes. And so I have a meeting set up. It was supposed to happen this week. Unfortunately, I had to cancel due to a personal matter. But I have a meeting set up with CAT Transit and discussing what that partnership would truly look like for women in that home trying to get to and from work. Those are all because of relationships established with our CSAs. And so I want to build upon that as much as possible. If we are able to, again, continue to garner some of the donations, from United Concordia, they were very, very grateful to be able to donate to the Bureau. So if we can expand upon that, not just from a donation standpoint, but just being able to connect, again, people to resources. That really, truly, I would like to expand upon that. We started it this year, so that is something that, like I said, I really want to be able to continue to do, whether it's doing coat drives, just really starting to look for certain things in our community that are really, truly a need that we, from the standpoint of our community side, can do. Like I said, the community barbecues is another plan that I would like to see, and really just increase our visibility as much as possible. I really would like to, again, start to try to get, we've got our seasoned folks, which I appreciate them and I love them, but I would like to see that seventh position, be someone of the younger generation, so that we can start to tap into our youth and start to have, if we can, mentorship programs. What does that truly look like? What are the goals for that? We have one of our CSAs working on his ideas. I tried to include the CSAs in these conversations as much as possible, because obviously it surrounds them and what they're doing. So if we can sit down and really put our heads together about what it is they envision for themselves, I think that empowers them. So that is an important piece of the conversation. So mentorship, what does that really look like when we're going into our schools, having these conversations? We get a lot of emails about different schools wanting us to come in and have a conversation with them. have a conversation with them about careers in law enforcement, or about, they're interested about what a CSA does. So it's going into the schools and really sitting down and being a part of their career day. And being in more schools. We have just like maybe one relationship with this school and another relationship over here, but really trying to tap into the charter schools, the private schools, all the public schools. And really just try to get in touch with our youth a little bit more as well. That's a huge goal. We have a lot of our CSAs have a previous history in, like I said, the school district, so their heart is with the youth. And so again, tapping into those resources that we already have to be able to kind of make our jobs easier. And so you all also too can see the visibility that's happening and the work that's being done. And I think the only way to be able to do that is to already exploit the resources that we have in a positive way. So really those are the three, expanding our conversations with our youth, our donations, and what does that really look like. And then also, forgive me, what was my
Community
third?
barbecues.
Community barbecues, yes.
I'm writing it down.
Yes.
I'm writing it down, just so we all hold each other accountable. No got
Absolutely.
you. I don't
Yeah.
even like got you stuff. I like,
Yeah.
how you doing on this? How can we help? So
Right.
I was just writing it down.
Yes.
So you mentioned something that kind of goes into what I was thinking about, where you were saying getting the CSA's opinion on what they would like to see. And I know we're talking about evaluations and how we can evaluate the program. And I know you were also mentioning with Cody, you can't bring the information out to let us see it.
Right.
So I was wondering, just a suggestion, and I never get mad if no one takes my advice, but I know I gave it. So I was thinking of some type of maybe Survey Monkey or Google Doc where first the CSAs can evaluate how is their work environment, what is management not like, not to say this is what you're doing bad, but this is what we need, this is how it's going, this is how it's going when we're out in the field, just like a few questions, maybe monthly or quarterly, where they're able to evaluate their work experience in their environment, which it can also give you information on how it's going for them, and it also can give us information on evaluation. And maybe residents also evaluating through a survey, Survey Monkey or a Google Doc, saying, like, if they come in contact or help a resident, this is how it helped me, this is what happened, or this is what I would like to see, where we could also pull information to see how the program is going. Or even residents who don't have direct contact with the CSAs, maybe crafting one where they're able to answer questions just to see where else we need to expand ourselves or what the community is looking for from the CSAs. So those were just a suggestion that I had about trying to create some type of evaluation that we can pull, we can read, and we can see, okay, this is how the program's going. This is what the CSA department needs from council. This is what they need from the residents, or this is what the residents know about it, and this is how they come in contact with them. So that was just a suggestion I had. I'm always open to help. I have to create those a lot for myself to see how my students are performing in class, what I'm doing wrong, what they need more from me. So it's a way that I also self-reflect, and it has helped me and helped my students. So I thought maybe I'd just give it a suggestion.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And that's it for me.
Thank you, Councilman Rawls. Kind of just as a piggyback or a follow-up to some of this conversation and piggybacking off of what Councilwoman Rawls just said. As we're looking at the program, a lot of the evaluation still seems very subjective, right? So looking at ways to provide narrative but also quantify things. And that will help me to evaluate things kind of a little bit better. So if I could request from you maybe by next week to come up with some goals for 2024 that can be quantified. I'll kind of give you a list of things that I might be looking for. So one, a list of projects. You talked about some of the projects you're looking to do, right? So the actual project that you want to complete in detail. And then that way, at the end of 2024, you can say, I completed it or I didn't complete it. So whether the project's a coat drive, whether it is a community event, being very specific on what is it that you want to do with the CSAs as far as this project. And then if it's completed, obviously at the end of the year, we'll evaluate that. The number of barbecues. You said you want to have more barbecues. Well, if you only had one, more is two. So what is the actual goal? Is it 5 barbecues? I know years before, I want to say we had like 4 or 5 barbecues over the summer. So is the number 5? Is the number 10? If you can give a specific number, that way at the end of 2024, you can say, we had 5 and 5 was our goal, or we had 1 and 5 was our goal. That way you can actually evaluate, did we meet this goal? And it also helps you to take those steps to getting there. Number of new partnerships. You said you want to create new I'm literally just going off the goals you said and quantifying them. So number of new partnerships. So if you say we currently have 5 community partnerships and by the end of the year we want to have 10, that's a way that you can quantify it and measure yourself and hold yourself accountable. And then also for us, holding everyone accountable as well. Number of school visits. How many school visits are you currently doing? How many would you like to do? What's the goal of these school visits? Is it just going there and being a crossing guard? Or is it going there talking to the students about, a career day or something like that? I think that's important. And then just number of events by type. So is it a career day? How many career days do you plan to attend? How many neighborhood meetings or neighborhood community group meetings do you plan to attend? And just kind of going down the list, all the types of events you want to attend, how many you've attended this year, and then how many you plan to attend next year. I think that'll really help us to evaluate where you're looking to take the program. Because it sounds good, but at the end of 2024, you could come and say the exact same thing and it'll sound good the same, but we'll never be able to measure it. So I think some of those things, at least for me, helps to create that blueprint. Right now, I hear great things, but I've heard great things before, and I haven't been able to quantify them, measure them, or anything. And I kind of feel like every year that we have a conversation about the CSA program, we find ourselves saying the same thing. What's the vision of the program? What's the goal of the program? What are we looking to accomplish with the program? And understand with each director it changes, but you've been the director for a couple of years now. So I feel like you have your footing and what you want. And I'd like to see how you're making it happen, and then how you look to continue to make it happen. And so for me, that's the evaluation I'm looking for. Like, what have we done this year to make my vision happen, right? You've kind of explained what your vision of the program is, and how are we doing it, and how do we continue to do it, if that's the direction that we're really going in. If not, it's just a stagnant program that starts to look like police assistants, and I'm just going to be honest. We don't need police officers to have assistants to go answer calls that they don't feel like answering, because that can become the evaluation. And when the program was first created, that was one thing that we wanted to make sure it didn't happen. We're not looking to hire junior police officers that go to, well, somebody called because their cars broke down. Cops don't have time for that. That's not the purpose of the program. If it's really supposed to be a community liaison program, let's show how we're doing it. Let's quantify how we're doing it so we can actually measure against it. Because, yeah, I think I got the point across, right? So that's kind of what I'm looking for that'll help me with the evaluation process. So if you could have that to us by next Monday, at the latest, I'd appreciate it. That way, as we're evaluating the budget as a whole, we can kind of understand where the program's at, where it's going, and get those future goals. And I guess that's kind of what I was looking for when I asked a question last week about the program, what's the goals and accomplishments, past, present, and future. And I kind of feel like we got fluff, but not answers. And so this will kind of direct the answers that I was looking for. If we could kind of get those things, I think it would be appreciated. So pretty much all of these, I'm looking for what your goal is for next year, but also what you've accomplished in it this year as well. Any other questions or comments from my colleagues? President Bowers.
Just one final question. The last question that I asked, I wanted to hear directly from the CSAs regarding their experience. Oftentimes we hear from you or we hear from another command staff about what's going on, but we never, outside of, I guess, private conversations or personal conversations, heard from them publicly. So it says here that I see CSA Tisha Barber, that she wanted to address council regarding her experience.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Is there any particular questions I have or overall? Or?
No questions, just are you enjoying the work that you're doing? Do you find it to be productive? I think what I'm hearing from my colleagues, we just really need to know that this program is stable and the work that you're doing is impactful, because we're not really clear based on the data that we're receiving and then the goals and expected accomplishments for next year.
I do believe that it is impactful. I am a resident, here, live in the city. I see things happening in the city where even with our youth, some folks that may live outside the city don't see the after effect. So I see the after effect by also residing in the city. When we're out and we're making, like, if we're on foot patrol or either we're doing area checks, I may run into, because I've worked in the school district for over 14 years, so I know a lot of the students, some of the parents. So I have built like rapport with parents, students, and I may see them. I see some of the students, just like last week, I saw some students at the store, and they were standing at the store, and people thought that they were doing something they weren't supposed to be doing, but they were just trying to make money, cleaning people's windows and things like that. And someone asked me, do you think that they are trying to steal cars? I'm like, they're not trying to steal anyone's car. Even when they walked up to someone and they said, do you want your windows cleaned? And they were like, no, I don't want my windows cleaned. And just how they responded to kids, and they responded back to them like, have a blessed day. And these are kids. So, you have kids that may be disrespectful, but these kids weren't disrespectful. And I was like proud of them, and I would give them a couple dollars, because they weren't bothering anybody. So just to be out there, and these kids see who I am because they recognize me, because I live in the community, they see me every day. I believe it has like a powerful impact as far as like what I do, whether if I'm in uniform or not. I get the respect from the kids in the community because, again, they see me. I do enjoy the job description. I love going into the schools. I like that I'm able to still be able to go into the schools, to have that rapport with the kids, staff, because I think we need that with all that's going on, within the community. We do business checks, as they say, and I think it is important, like, to address the CSAs or ask us specific questions of what we do, because it's so much more that we do. Like myself, Ms. Coleman, and Mr. Brooks, we were just out on break, and we were coming from the store, and we saw a group of kids running in a different direction from the school. So Brooks saw that something wasn't right, so we called it in. But because the police officers were on another call that it was like a break-in, what was it, Commissioner Carter, like a robbery. They weren't able to get to the school, but we were there to see what was going on. It was a big brawl, big fight. So the young lady, it was blood everywhere. So the police officers weren't able to get there. So at that point, it's like, do we allow this young lady to just get stomped on and possibly get injured more than what she was? No, we stopped, and we had to intervene, And once we got the crowd, to break up the crowd, this young lady's mouth is bleeding, dripping, like blood everywhere. And because the police officers were on another important call, we were there, and good thing Brooks, saw all these kids. It was like 40 to 50 kids. So we are out there. We are doing the best that we can do. I'm glad that we are, almost fully staffed, because it was like stressful at one time where it was only like 2 people, so we are getting more CSAs. We have Brooks back, and he loves what he does, so that makes it easier, to be able to work with people who love what they do. Before Coleman started, she was excited, So I'm glad to work with people who are excited to be, working in the community.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I don't know if anyone else has any other questions.
Thank you, CSA Barber, for coming up and speaking to us and giving us a little bit more information and letting us hear from you, because President Bowers-Kurt, we never heard from a CSA, so thank you. So one of my questions were, what are some of your goals for the CSA program, or what have you and your other CSA counterparts' goals may be?
Well, we were just speaking on with CSA Brooks. He probably will elaborate more on the template that he's about to create with mentoring within the schools. Like, we were all, brainstorming on what we see or envision. Like, what my envision is, I see us going into the schools, speaking, with the kids to engage more, because I believe, like, we think we know what the kids need instead of asking them, what do you need, or hearing from them, like they have a voice. So I think when we go to different schools, just to get that more of a rapport with them or their teachers or the staff there, just to see more what the kids are in need of. That's what the schools. I think just as a CSA, the job description period can be more than what it is as it grows. Because I was just speaking with the director about the Lancaster ones. I guess that's how they created this one. I'm not sure, but I see as much as they do, within their row. So as it grows, I'm sure they can add more job, responsibilities to the job description, because there's so much more that can be done within a CSA role.
And my last question would be, and I don't mean to put you
Ms.
on.
Rawls, I just have to sort of intervene for the second. Management makes the policy decisions, and when we change policy for any position, whether it's CSA or anything else, that has to be worked out with the union. So
Okay.
it's kind of unfair to put a AFSCME member, who not even the leadership of the union, in a position where the leadership was agreeable to adjust things, because that's the labor management process that we go to. So I just wanted to put that sort of context when you're
okay.
dealing with because when you ask a question about a policy that management then said, oh, that's not what we're doing, you've sort of created a public issue for the union.
I'm
that-
sorry, I didn't
Point
even
of
notice I
information,
asked
Neil,
about
what specific
policy.
question?
Yeah,
Yeah,
what
point
did
of
I ask?
information.
What she was asking.
What her goals?
What's her goals
or
were?
goals?
That's personal inspiration, aspiration.
No.
Goals
it's-
are goals
are for
of
department.
an employee position are the policies done by management. So again, the union, they have to work within certain confines of what they're able to do,
Yeah, and I
and
think-
everything has to be worked out.
And her-
So
And her answer was great. I'm just saying, in general,
Yeah,
council,
what it was.
there's a reason you don't normally hear from union members, is because of that sort of separation of management policymaking and the union, then working, if it changes their jobs, having to go with the union and do that. There are certain things that are management rights, where you can direct what happens, and there are certain things that are negotiated. So as I'm saying, because it is unusual, you have union members coming in front of you, that's sort of the distinction. Because the public isn't necessarily going to hear the distinction when you say the goal is X, the goal is 10,000 more arrests next year, whatever the goal is. That is the management side. Does that make sense?
It will have to today.
Okay.
That's it. You don't have to tell me your personal goals. It was your personal. I didn't want to know nothing about management. I just want to know you as a person who has a voice, what you are. But that's it for me. Thank you. I'll get it today.
All right, and then, thank you, Ms. Barber, for coming and speaking with us, and hopefully I can stay on the right side of the labor management issue. My main question is just, how do you feel your position reflects the community's relationship with our police department? Do you feel that you guys are making a difference, or are you not able to see it, or you're seeing a great change in public perception?
That can depend on the situation. I mean, it's like the last incident, maybe that could happen. They didn't feel comfortable with speaking, you know, coming down like to speak with the commissioner. And I spoke with the commissioner, you know, said, you know, the public would like to speak with you. You know, they feel as though they're being ignored. And he was open to speak with them and gave him, you know, was willing to give him the platform to come in and speak to him. So when they came to me, I can't, you know, went directly to him. So there are times where they do come to me. I get like phone calls, inboxes often about certain things that I do address at times. So I believe that it's working, depending on whatever the situation is.
Okay, yep, I just wanted to get your personal opinion on how you feel that you're making a difference. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Barber. I do appreciate you being here tonight. I don't have any questions, but I do appreciate you being here. I appreciate the work that you've done. I've seen you out at some of the events, so I appreciate all that you guys do.
Thank you.
All right. Any other questions or comments? Any other CSAs looking to come share their voice with us? Please feel free to come take a seat, but don't feel forced to.
I wasn't really expecting to say too much, but just considering that I would call it a senior CSA at this particular point, my colleagues voted me to do so. So I appreciate it. Appreciate City Council for obviously allowing us to have a voice. If I stutter a little bit, tired. First and foremost, I would like to thank the director for coming in and enhancing that vision. She really took the time out to hear us out. She also been helping me out through personal issues as well. She always had an open door policy. She definitely wants the best for this division. She definitely wants the best for the city. And she definitely wants the best for this, I'm not even gonna say program, no more a pilot program, for this division. This is a community services division. And with that being said, like, we're not divided. The police talks, the police had mentioned, that we're wanting to have a little bit more diversity in the division. Since I've been back, we have reached that goal. Each one of us is diverse, each one of us is minorities. I don't think there's any other division that's predominantly minority but us thus far. I would also like to thank Corporal Fenton for looking out for me in my time of need. I have an opportunity to talk with him about, faith, about staying strong out there in the field. He definitely opened up his radio to talk with me through thick and thin. So every chance that I get when I go down to the police station, I always pop my head and Fenton closes the door and says, "Brooks, I want to holler at you." Cool. You know what I mean? Also want to thank Officer Flegel for talking with me as well. When we first started that first year, I noticed that he had 2 rings on his hand, and I had 2 rings too. One of the rings that I saw on his hand was a cross. And just by me seeing that, I was able to talk about faith with him. Also, Andrew Cordelazzi, definitely a great officer. I hear a lot of great things about him. Stephen Marte, officer, used to be here for the Harrisburg Rural Police. Definitely looked out for us out in the field. Sergeant Hammer definitely looked out for us in the field. Bunch of other guys too as well. Also want to say even the guys that we have done scenarios with. Scenarios is basically when new officers come in, to join the force. When they get hired and before they go to the academy, I believe, we help them out in the field. We help them out, and one of the officers, I would say, Officer Harley, talked to him a lot, and he still thanks me and thanks us as the CSA division for helping him out so he can understand a little bit more of how this community operates and, what we do and why we're here. So a lot of young officers coming in, we have a great relationship with those guys as well. Just to get that out the way. I'm gonna go back to our first year just a little bit. When we first started this pilot program, I should say at first, it was really no vision. It was just a start. It was just something that I don't know if it was to, have for the media or for anything. I don't know. But since then, we definitely expanded. We definitely expanded in the public. There was a time where, to go back in the first year, that there was an older gentleman. He was paraplegic. He was crippled in a wheelchair. And he just got released from the halfway house. The bus station up the street there was complaining that he was there. He had nowhere to go. He had about 3 bags. So we was called to talk with the man and see what was going on. His name was Ricky. And my partner at that time, we went to go talk with him. It was cold, just like today. And, he said, well, he tried to call, several shelters, but they wouldn't allow it, or they didn't have that type of accessibility because he was in a wheelchair. So in order to have those services, they had to have a ramp and everything for, the crippled. And then so we gave him a booklet that said, resources and everything with shelters. He said he was going to call. I don't think he did, though. But around that time, our schedule was 10 to 6. And he called maybe about, I would say, like 5:20. So we're like, yo, man, like, we about to get up out of here. Asked our previous captain, Hooper, who's also been, a very distinctive man in my life, and I still talk to him personally to keep me on a straight and narrow in this business, in this division, I should say. So he's like, well, if you guys feel comfortable, help him out. He was like, well, I don't know what that looks like. Well, my partner was like, I don't know what that looks like. I said, well, this is what it looks like. So I talked with the man, Ricky. He said that he had money and he was calling hotels. Once again, Ricky couldn't walk. So what we did just not even as a CSA, but just as a personal, human being, we actually helped Ricky in a car along with 3 bags of his belongings and his, personal toilet. And we drove him in our CSA vehicle on Eisenhower Boulevard to check him into a hotel. The hotel once said that he couldn't be there because he didn't have no family with him. There was no ramp for disability accessibility. They said he got to go. So we stood there. We was like, we don't know what to do. And he didn't know what to do. So what I did, his phone died. I had got on my personal phone, called a hotel. We was able to get him to the Roadway Inn, which caught on fire a little while ago. We helped him. We helped him in the room, out of his wheelchair. We helped him pay for the room because we didn't want anybody to take advantage of him. We helped him switch his clothes. We helped him with his toiletry pot and to get him comfortable in the bed. He paid for, 2 nights, I believe. So not only just, are we CSAs or, community services division, like we have personally helped people out in the community. There was a call to where I was riding around one day and wasn't really nothing going on too much on the police side. So let me touch on that a little bit. If there's really nothing going on the police side as far as non-reportables or the police needing, our assistance with just something minor, what we do is we go out in the community and we be community service aides. We connect with businesses. We connect with the people. We do foot patrols. We help little dogs out if they are trapped under a car. I've also put out fires without even calling the fire department because I know I can handle it, and my partner at that time. But I was out driving around. I was out riding around, and I came across on 17th and Regina. There was a car accident, a very bad car accident. The driver was passed out, female. She didn't need any mouth-to-mouth or anything like that, but you know, right out the bat is like, we need an officer, we need EMS, we need fire trucks because there's leakage in both of the vehicles. Both of the vehicles was totaled. Once again, I was out and about, I was riding around. The call hasn't even came in. But by us being first responders, co-responders, working with the police, I was able to dispatch the police, dispatch the fire department, dispatch the EMS first and foremost, because I had that training and I had that experience. Fire department came within less than 2 seconds. Police showed up as well, helped me out with the report. I called up Pachardo. Pachardo came down as well to speak, Spanish to the individuals. EMS came, assessed the situation. Things was cleared. That was one of my highlights that specific day because I was there and I was out and about. Nobody seen it. Wasn't no news cameras. Wasn't no pictures. Didn't no call even show up. Also, I was able to assist a situation where two families was arguing almost about to fight. But they understood my position first and foremost and respected that enough that right now we cannot be fighting. Right now we have to assess the situation because this car can blow up. This community can blow up. This lady can be passed out. Who knows? But I will honestly say, like, a CSA was there that day. After that incident, there was also a call on the radio. I forgot who it was, but they dispatched. They said 853. Go ahead. They said, well, there's a missing child in the District 6. That's up there by the high school. And they got out the house, or I don't know, too much information, but, there's a missing child. Would you mind riding around helping to find that child? I said, sure, why not? I got 7 children myself from the ages of 9 to 23. I know exactly how it is. I rode around an area for almost 45 minutes to an hour. By the 45th minute, it was like nothing's happening. But in the meantime, while I'm riding around an area where, Melrose School is and Marshall and everything, I'm riding around and I still noticed that there's a white SUV just flying around the corner, just flying. And I'm like, I don't know what's going on, man. I don't really have the power to, pull anybody over though, but I don't know what's going on. So I said, well, you know what? I'm gonna take one more ride around this area. I ride around on the 2400 block of Kensington Street. I look over there to the right, and there was a couple, an Asian couple. They was arguing. I didn't know what they were saying, but they was just arguing. I knew something was going on. Not to mention the child was a 4-year-old child. Ran out the house under the supervision of the grandparents who really didn't speak any English at all. The child was autistic. The child ran out of the house, soiled diaper, no shoes in her feet, just a T-shirt. And the staff at the daycare right there off of Garage Street, I believe, had the child there. So by the time the 45th minute rolls around, calls on the radio. I think it was Corporal Colvey at the time, and I heard it on the radio, talking to Unit 125. And, they said, well, if no parents come for this child, they're going to have to go to Children and Youth. And as soon as I heard that over the radio, I'm like, I got to take another stab at this. I got to drive around. As soon as I drove around, like I said, I stopped, and I pulled over at the stop sign. And I said, excuse me, miss, sir, is everything okay? And the lady's just frantic. Come to think of it, she was actually arguing with her father or her husband's father or the grandparents that was initially there. And she was just frantic. I mean, frantic, just going off, slamming the door. I didn't know what was going on. And she grabbed me. She said, can you help me? Can you help me? I said, ma'am, just hold on, what's going on? My child. I said, really? Right off, within a minute, the white SUV pulled over, and it was the husband. He comes running out, grabs me. Child, what's going on? And then they said, well, our child ran out the house, and we can't find the child. And I didn't say, well, we have the child. I didn't say anything like that, but I said, well, let me call an officer that's basically in that perimeter that is with the child at the daycare, talking with the daycare staff. And, you know, just by me being there, riding around and did not stop, I was able to help the parents reunite with their child. That's huge, and that's huge to me, and huge to this community. So many times we walk around this community, we run into homeless. I would like to say at one point or another, I was homeless, and my mother still is homeless till this day, because she's just stuck in her ways.
Madam President, I apologize for interrupting. I've heard from the mayor who insists that there's not authority for union members to testify and to be asked questions. We had the union in a previous instance refuse it when they were told in advance. And she is insisting that union members not be asked any further questions and that they not speak because of the likelihood for a grievance from the union itself.
I don't think there were any other questions, but okay.
The mayor was very insistent.
Oh, I'm just saying I don't think there
Yes.
were any other questions. We were just wanted to hear about their experience. No foul, no harm. But thank you for sharing. I apologize to cut you off in the middle of your sharing of information, but thank you for being here and thank you for your work.
That's it.
Thank you. Are there any other questions from our colleagues for the CSA division or the police department? I believe we got through all of the questions that were asked beforehand. So I'll start with our public safety chair, Councilman Rodriguez. Any questions or comments for the police department or CSA division?
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, stories like that, thank you, Brooks. Didn't mean to impose on, any union rights, but to hear your experience, like you just said, and we've been on calls together, but to hear that, it's amazing. That's a program I love to champion and, advocate for. To hear your testimony was amazing, so thank you for that and all the hard work you've been doing for the city thus far. I'm not sure if this would be Director Houston or for Neil. What would be, I think grievances were brought up, what would be the process that separates or differentiates FOP to an AFSCME? Let's say if they both had a grievance, what would be the process to?
So I can't, off the top of my head, do the whole thing because there's 3 sets of contracts for unions, and we do the grievances 3 different ways. It's a multi-step process, depending what it is. If it's a violation of the city of an individual's rights, let's say they didn't think they were properly disciplined or disciplined too severely for tardiness. They thought because perhaps we provided them a vehicle that wasn't reliable and they thought it wasn't fair that they get tagged. That would be an individual grievance. There's then class grievances, where the rights of the union, because it's collective, is it violates the contract and their rights to participate and speak for because you have basically given them the right to speak for the union members.
Right.
And that's why they take that very, very seriously. That there is a process, there's a leadership, and when we've been in the past had issues, it actually came from not the city's actual head of the union, it came from the people on the board above that felt that it's just a fundamental issue with the unions. So you're basically stepping onto the union's rights. I don't know if the union had any advance notice of this. I have no idea.
Oh, I didn't mean tonight, I meant just in general.
Oh, okay, so class grievances,
Just
you take it usually to a step 1, you try to resolve it. It usually goes to the immediate supervisor, and then if, and HR participates, a lot of times our office does, particularly in AFSCME ones, and FOP and fire can be a little more internal till they get to the point where they need representation. If the discipline is severe enough that it goes, I forget, beyond 3 or 5 days of suspension or risk of termination, they're entitled as a due process right to a hearing and to put on evidence themselves, to have written notice of what it is, to have representation of a union member there. And eventually, all of them have the right to go to a neutral arbitrator with the city on the other side if they do not like the outcome.
Okay, thank you. Director Houston, you've been doing a great job with National Night Out. This past year, I've gotten a lot of calls with just different communities wishing that it could move back into the neighborhood. Do you have any idea if that would take place this year, or what are some of your ideas for National Night Out this year?
Honestly, that's a conversation that'll probably we'll have to come back around to. We still have to land and all agree, administration and the Bureau, on a solidified spot. I too agree that I think it's great to be able to move it around the city of Harrisburg. The decision this year and I appreciate the support from the administration to the Bureau of having it at City Island. I feel like the City Island is a city-owned park that is underutilized and just quite frankly, underutilized by our community. I think it's a great opportunity to expose our community to a park that they might have not necessarily even know existed, right across the river, right
You
across the
understand
bridge.
transportation may keep people away.
It's not to agree to disagree, but I feel like the mobility this year, we offered CAT Transit buses free from 5 to 8:30, all directions. We offered the mobility of a bike, of walking. It was the whole idea behind having it at City Island was to offer our youth and exercising the whole idea and concept of being in a park and being able to be mobile and to getting our community moving. And so that was really the concept behind that location. Like I said, we can always improve upon trying to get accessibility, but that park, having the parking, we had a lot more parking than we've had ever, in my opinion, at any of the other locations that it's been held at. And like I said, CAT offering free bus rides for all points and all routes, I thought was an amazing way to be able to incorporate them in a great partnership. So again, as far as 2024 is concerned, I'm open to the conversation, but having, again, approval from the administration, the mayor, and also from, our Bureau command staff, I don't know an exact location for this year.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you. Councilwoman Daniels, any questions or comments?
No questions.
Thank you. Councilman Majors.
Thank you, and I'll note a comment I think I made at another hearing. I think we did hear some positive and just some other feedback regarding the location. I think while it is a city-owned park, again, I think in terms of where residents reside in the city, I think Executive House and there may be a few other apartment places that are relatively close, but again, in our Uptown, Allison Hill, South Harrisburg neighborhoods, getting folks to City Island on a normal day, I think, can be a challenge, as well as I think we had some folks that wanted to provide some constructive criticism regarding the location on the island, folks that had mobility issues, and being able to access that location where the National Night Out was held. I think, like you said, getting community feedback and input on finding the best location for it in the city, or if we go back to, I remember, I think when I first got on council, it was in multiple locations throughout the city. So I think just getting additional feedback on what that looks like could be helpful. We're just focusing on questions for CSAs, or just questions in general?
Questions in general for the CSAs or the police department?
Okay. Again, I guess for the commissioner, in terms of our complement, I know we have this conversation quite a bit. Do you feel that we are going to be on pace for filling all the positions? I know, given all of the MOPEC and us having our own ability to recruit, are we going to be in a position to reach the mark that you have set for filling vacancies within the department in 2024?
Sir, we are going to do our best to fill those vacancies.
Okay. And then I guess another question would be, in terms of retirements, how many eligible are there for in 2024? I think that's the other piece, and we were constantly going through and looking at officers, because I know we want to ensure that the department is adequately staffed.
I know for 2023 right now, we have a sergeant, it's 2 sergeants, and my deputy chief is leaving January of 2024. We have detective-wise, we have 2 leaving in 2024. And right now, that's it.
Okay.
That's really, really hard to like judge because people, things change and they just may decide to just pull up and just leave if they have their time and their age.
Okay. All right. No further questions at this point. Thank you.
Thank you. President Bowers.
Thank you. I don't have any other questions other than those that were already asked and answered that I submitted, but I did want to say this. It was not my intention to obstruct anything with the union agreements or negotiations. I just felt it was imperative that we heard directly from the CSAs because it's just evident through all of the data that we receive, through the responses to these questions, that we still don't have a clear, cohesive understanding of the role of the community service aides. So if we are to continue with this program that is now no longer a pilot, a permanent portion of the community services division, we need to know that it is effectively and productively working. And honestly, I'm just not sure. So I asked the question and I wanted to hear directly from the CSAs, and I thought it was important for members of the public and residents to hear from them as well. Perhaps they would gain a better understanding of their work hearing directly from them. So I just wanted to be clear on that part, but I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Lawson.
No further questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And Councilwoman Rawls.
Thank you, Vice President Green. I just wanted to say, I guess my question started a small firestorm there, but I just ask that looking forward, maybe knowing what we can and cannot ask or who to, because I don't know what I don't know. And I didn't know my question would go against anything. I wasn't trying to cause any grievances. So maybe being a little more proactive about what we're not supposed to do moving forward.
The only suggestion I would have for anybody is that if the council wants to hear from union members, they probably ought to get that in there early so the union leadership can be worked with themselves. Because I don't know when the question was.
Did you know they were
I
going to
shared
be
my
asked today?
questions in advance, so I don't know what happens after they're shared and what type of communication the administration has with everyone else. So I don't know that. I can't answer
I did
that.
not know questions were CSAs were being asked to testify till I walked into this room tonight. So I would have given guidance in both directions. And it's not the first time the questions come up. All I'm saying is when it's a little unusual that when it comes up, they've been asked to speak, I think, at press conferences, and the union threw a fit over that. And I can't tell you why. I can just tell you that's what's happened. So, but I'm saying that with the administration should be sort of a, hey, if we want to put this on, because I don't think it's bad for the mayor, for the public. It's just it's how do you do it and get the information you're trying to get out in public in a forum that the public can hear it. But I don't think anyone's questioning the motivations of it. I think it's just we just have to sort of work it out.
Needs to be done in a better way. I mean, I understand that. I just wish we would have known. I think that we said something as council, but I don't know where the ball got dropped, that it wasn't spoken about, so that this would have been ironed out before they came and gave up their time to come and say something where they should have a right to, because they're important, they're doing the job. But I just hope next time we have that all ironed out so that no one wastes their time, not even just CSAs, but any ASME members come and waste their time, but also so that we know as council what we can and cannot do, so we don't make any mistakes.
Let me say this here.
Maybe I can sorry, I'll go ahead and just make some suggestions for council because we're always governed by the collective bargaining agreement of each union. So maybe it will help you all if you were to go to like the National Labor Relations Board's website and see some examples of unfair labor practices, and maybe that will kind of initiate questions. So, because this may happen often, and as Neil said, we have 3 different collective bargaining agreements, and our job is to just not run afoul of unfair labor practices, regardless of what the collective bargaining agreement is.
So you asked me to go look at the collective, I mean, I don't,
I'm just saying the National Labor Relations Board has like great resources for understanding how to interact and engage with.
yeah, I'm just saying that I think that if we said they were coming down to speak to us, that maybe, I don't know where the ball got dropped of saying, okay, ASME is coming, this is what we can't do. I don't need to go on the internet and look at that. What I need is just communication, not blaming anybody, but that's where I feel like it got left out and why maybe I incorrectly said or asked something. That was my point.
Yeah,
But
and
I
thank
don't think
you,
that-
Councilwoman Daniels, for your comments.
If I can, Madam President, City Council members, we were sent the questions, and I saw the questions that you wanted to hear from the CSAs. Me being in charge of public safety, I didn't have any problems with you hearing from the CSAs as long as there wasn't any management questions. I had faith in everybody up here, you know, that for a long time now, you were just saying that you just want to just talk to them to see what they do. So if anybody dropped the ball, you can blame me because I allowed them to come here. It's on me. But I didn't find anything in what your question was, but the solicitor, he's absolutely right, you know. So I'll take the hit for that because I knew it, but I didn't feel that you were going to say anything wrong or that you were putting them on.
Like the spot or
Offense,
anything.
yeah,
No,
anything
and I
like
didn't
that.
want to either. I just wanted them to be heard. That was it. So
Yes.
thank you. I appreciate you for allowing them to come and for them to come. I just wanted to say that. So thank you. That's it for me.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments for the police department or CSA division? Seeing none, thank you all for being here tonight. I do understand the program and what it's supposed to do, or what I thought it was supposed to do, as you kind of mentioned. Everyone kind of has these different ideas. So I appreciate you being here tonight to speak with us, and I look forward to kind of seeing those quantitative goals for next year as well. And I thank you all for all that you do and for being out in our community, and really just being an asset to the city and to the residents. Please do not think that I take that for granted or that it's not recognized. We do appreciate it, and we do see you all, and we appreciate you being such an important part of our city. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next we will get on agenda. And we will hear from the Department of Building and Housing. So as we are preparing to hear from Building and Housing, we are going to take a 5-minute recess to allow everyone to refresh themselves and get ready for the next portion. So that will be around, we'll say, 7:31. My clock on my computer is not the same. So we'll say 7:35, we'll resume. Move on with our agenda with the Department of Building and Housing. So if you could introduce yourself, go over any questions that may have been sent to you beforehand, if you have any presentations, and then you can just open it up for questions.
Sure. My name is Denise Hill. I am the Director of Building and Housing Development, or DBHD. Oh, you can't hear me? Good evening. It's good. Good evening. Denise Hill, Director of Department of Building and Housing Development. And the questions that were sent to me previously, what is the department's diversity complement? There are 9 women and 6 men, 11 blacks, 4 whites, and 3 are Hispanic. So currently there are 15 individuals in DBHD. The next question, are there any current employees in the department who are bilingual? We have 2 who are fluent in Spanish. And what is the status of the lead program? It was extended until July of 2024, and it is currently active, so we're working on just about being done closing out the 3.5-year grant cycle. How many families have been served through this program? There have been 225 families served since 2019. So again, this is a 3.5-year grant cycle. Our goal was 230 individuals. So we are really, really close to serving all 230 as the goal. And we'll do that well before July of 2024. Have we met our benchmarks? Yes, we have. We've exceeded them by finishing before the deadline that was given for us. And the extension was given due to COVID. So overall, nationally, all lead programs were given a waiver and an extension. What is the status of the home program? It is currently active after being dormant for probably 2.5 years. There are 4 current funded projects under home development. How many families have been served through this program? Currently 0, only because construction has not completed on the project. So there are 2 projects that homes have been completed, but the income eligible families have not fully moved in. So those were the 2 projects. There were 4 homes through YMCA and 3 homes through Tri-County Housing Development Corporation. Those families have not purchased the homes and moved in yet. So they are not considered served until the families move in. Have we met our benchmarks? No, because the families haven't been served yet. Were any local businesses contracted through this program? Yes. So TLC, Bethel Village, Tri-County Housing Development Corporation, and YMCA are all Harrisburg area businesses and organizations. And were any minority-owned or women-owned businesses contracted through this program? Bethel Village, the general contractor for Bethel Village is a woman-owned business. And then TLC, YMCA, and Bethel Village all have minority contractors working on the program. And those were just the questions that were sent for Department of Building and Housing. Were there any questions? And just for the record, the budget part of the DBHD is handled every August. So that's when the annual action plan is done. This past August, we did the annual action plan and the 5-year consolidated plan. And then we hold 2 public hearings every year. So just on November 28th, we did the CAPER, which is the year end. And we're on a federal fiscal year, so we're October 1 to September 30. So we were just doing our wrap up for the 2022 program year.
Thank you very much. I don't have any questions at this time. I'm going to start with our Building and Housing Chair, Councilman Majors.
Thank you. Excuse me. I guess the only question that I have looking at the budget document before us is just showing the increase in the budget and amount for business development and planning. All right, good. Okay. Can you just speak to what those increases will be used for?
Oh, did you want us to go right into business development as well? Those were 2 separate. ones. I was just doing DBHD recap.
Sorry.
No problem.
No questions.
No
We
problem.
did do the caper already. My apologies. Thank you.
Sure.
All right, now I'm going to bounce to my far right with Councilman Rawls. Any questions for the Department of Building and Housing?
No, mine too is for the business development.
Thank you. Councilman Lawson?
Thank you, no questions.
President Bowers?
No other questions than the ones I submitted. Thank you.
Councilwoman Daniels?
Yes, so my questions are related to the budget, but they're kind of not they're not perfectly commensurate questions. So whenever we talk about the relocation of the unhoused in different parts of the city that have happened, the administration constantly says that you're the one who's responsible for the decisions that are made about those relocations. So can you give us an idea of what it is you have in mind going forward for how we deal with the unhoused population in the city? I mean, we know housing will continue to increase in cost, and the federal funds that we get going forward are probably not going to match up, so we're going to be seeing that population grow. So can you tell us what are the strategies for this administration regarding the unhoused population in the city going forward?
Absolutely. So currently, the funding that comes out of DBHD is ESG, or Emergency Solutions Grant, which is specific to housing for unsheltered residents in the city. So that's homeless prevention, rapid rehousing, and then shelter vouchers. So right now, there is no human services division out of City Hall. So that is handled at the county level. So the funding that is given goes directly to service providers. So we fund the shelters who are doing that work, which is the appropriate way to allocate those funds. There are CDBG uses or community development block grant that can go towards services, but not specifically housing, which is why there is the delineation between ESG and CDBG. It can be a path forward, potentially could be to reallocate funds used for homelessness and wraparound services, but then that would be defunding the service providers in the city. So I want to be, I want to make that statement clear, that it would be shifting money from one place to another. And then we have to understand, going back to the comment about there is no division that would carry out, we could build it, but then who runs it? Who staffs it? That would be then the responsibility of the city, which is why the structure is to fund the service providers who are doing that.
So outside of the existing systems that we have, or is there anything we're thinking about in a more proactive way? Because right now all we're doing is, to be honest with you, we're just moving the unhoused from one part to the other. We're unsettling them. Many of them have jobs, and when you move them around, like you move them away, or you disrupt the systems they have, the support systems they do have. But also, I know that we have the capacity to do more than just sit and wait for encampments to grow and develop. And I would like to have a sense of like what is your office thinking in terms of how to plan longer term outside of just existing funding structures and mechanisms that are there.
So unless a division is built to do long-range funding, so the planning is what is appropriate with the funds that are received now. That would take much more funding, but not necessarily a big boatload of money. There are things that can be done. My point is we have to be cognizant of where it is appropriate to be, and much of that is not in DBHD. So in another capacity, but directly related to my position with DBHD, is through the Capital Area Coalition on Homelessness. And I also want to pick, because you made a valid point about we have working unsheltered residents in the city. That is a minute portion or percentage of who service providers are reporting that they are coming across as unsheltered and who they are serving. Every unsheltered resident that we come across within the continuum and within the network are offered resources. Not all of them accept them. So that is one of the biggest hurdles that we run into, because we can build housing to the sky. Many of our unsheltered residents and neighbors are saying they do not want to participate in wraparound services. They do not want drug and alcohol resources. They may have an undiagnosed severe mental illness or the co-occurrence of the two. So those are three real, valid, major situations that the network is facing. Additionally, we have folks who say, I will not live in a system ever again. I could have been, for any number of reasons, I choose to live nomadically. It doesn't matter how much money or resource or how many units we open up. If we are having residents who are saying that that is not the resource that I want, we can't force anyone into any type of resource that is provided. Right now, we do have winter overnight shelter. It's December 1st to March 31st, and it is a life-saving measure. Again, within our network, it is opened up during the coldest months of the year so that folks are able to come in 8 p.m. to 8 a.m. and they are able to not participate in any wraparound services. They're not required to. It is just so that they can have a safe, warm space. I'm in constant communication with our service providers. One particular shelter has capacity for 40 individuals every night, 7 nights a week, and on average they are serving between 43 and 45 individuals a night. So we are over the capacity even for winter overnight shelter. But again, they like that structure, the residents, they like the structure because they can come in, store their things, and then just leave in the morning. But I am absolutely interested in any conversation with anybody on council or anyone that has a productive, strategic way forward. But again, I feel that I would need to do due diligence and with fidelity and just keep us all cognizant of what reallocating funds actually means and what it does.
Thank you.
Sure.
That's it for me.
Thank you. Councilman Rodriguez.
No questions for me, thank you.
Councilman Lawson.
Thank you, Director Hill. And basically to piggyback on that question, because you did state that one of the overnight emergency shelters has room for 40 and they're servicing 45. Where are we at in overall capacity for just the emergency shelters that we have?
Well, the winter overnight shelters are over capacity because all of the shelters are maxed to capacity, and they have been since well before the pandemic actually started. So we're going into year 4 of literally not one shelter in the area having space anywhere. And we have, as a coalition, we have actually expanded the network by working with shelters and service providers across the river in other counties, because we know that sometimes that our folks are transient, but Dauphin County and Harrisburg City are resource rich. So if they get here, someone will, I got 40 bids, but I'm gonna put 5 people in a hallway, somebody in a conference room, we're gonna make it work. So that is, that speaks to the work of these service providers, and I can't overstate the collaboration that does occur, even though the media sound bites and, certain news clips, which are just a snapshot of what's going on, it doesn't always speak, it never speaks to the full breadth of what's going on.
Right. And then, just like we're saying, it seems like and I understand what you're saying, like many people will not take the services that are there for the shelters for several different reasons, whether it's something that they've had a bad experience, or maybe they've caused a bad experience, or whatever. But it seems like the emergency shelters are the one area where you may be able to get people in, especially once that thermometer dips, well below the 20s. Do we have any way to increase that capacity? The mayor mentioned last year that we, I guess, used a CVS to provide like an emergency shelter, like for overflow. I've been working with many of the homeless throughout the year, and many of them did not know that was there, because they would come to me and say, "Hey, I need somewhere to sleep tonight," and I had the same information that you had. Every shelter that I've talked to is beyond capacity.
So that particular situation was not long range. If you remember the week of Christmas, we had a cold snap last year. So that was actually, we were reached out to by Brad Jones from Harrisburg, and he said that, the space was open, so we were able to just bring people in during the day, and that was mobilization between the network, the county, and that was like very quick. It is literally freezing all hours of the day, not just at night. So that was a very quickly mobilized situation, but it was only for a short period of time. Unfortunately, it wasn't something that we could continue.
Right. And in those cases, does that get reported to like the 2-on-1 network, so that people that are experiencing issues can call in and say, okay, even though it's just that week, but because it's so full, we can opt into it?
As much as we can. So if someone is providing a space and they are working within the network, we will get it out to everyone that comes across, the police department, the CSA. So we try to work collaboratively that way for the folks who will be encountering someone who will need the service right away, so that it is not necessarily, we're not waiting for the information to travel, but making sure that the people who need that information have it immediately, so that they can take someone in need of the resource directly to it.
Thank you. That's everything that I have.
Sure.
Anyone else? Any questions or comments for the Department of Building and Housing?
Yeah, this is related to the Coalition Against Homeless. I think maybe it would be valuable to have a conversation, have them come speak to council and share with us like how they gather information and what they're learning about our population.
President, so I'd be happy to invite them.
Yeah, I think that would be a good educational opportunity for all of us.
I'll do that.
Yeah, and then to that end, not just with cash, but also I know another member of the coalition is the County Human Services agency. I think allowing folks to get the understanding of how all those organizations interplay with each other will be helpful. And then just one last question in terms of the expansion of the network. Given we have some larger property owners, what's the outreach with them during those winter months? Is it just these spot assistance, or is there capacity to try and expand the network with some of the vacant properties that we do have to try and make more beds or opportunities available for our unhoused population in the city?
As far as vacant properties, the ones that we would try, so
A one that potentially could be converted in whether it's in a short-term capacity, or hey, if again we have a lot of property that is underdeveloped within the city that potentially could be used for another purpose. What's our ability to work with through DBHD or others to look at expanding the availability of services within the city of Harrisburg.
717-255-6411. I would love to speak to anyone who has a property that they would be willing to convert. A lot of the properties that we own that people talk about, those are owned by Harrisburg Redevelopment Authority, and most of them are lots. And then if they are already unsafe and possibly on a condemnation list, we wouldn't put unsheltered individuals in those properties. So we don't have a ton that would readily be able to, we don't want to put folks from bad to worse, if that's, a way to put it.
Absolutely. But I'm also speaking to like our developer friends that have those properties. Similar to how we reached out to Harristown. Yeah. Okay.
To answer your question more directly, I do not have communication with, I don't have a running list of people who I've got a property and I'm willing to do it. That is more so churches and organizations who are opening their doors. They are the ones doing the winter overnight shelters. But I would literally have a conversation with anyone that would be willing to do that.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, thank you very much for being here to discuss the Department of Building and Housing. Next, we're going to go to the Bureau of Business and Resource Development. So if you wouldn't mind introducing yourselves, going over any questions that were asked beforehand, and then if you have any presentations or anything you'd like to share, and then we'll open it up for questions.
We did get a couple of questions for business and resource development, so I'll answer those. Have the two ARPA program managers transitioned to the Bureau? Happily, yes. They started with us on November 6th. Can you please clarify which ARPA programs will be implemented from this Bureau? When do you anticipate a program to roll out, and which quarter of 2024 or later? So we will be doing it in tranches. So the first two are affordable housing, and then the homeowner assistance program. I am ready to roll those out yesterday, but we will be doing it right after Christmas. So the application will go live the week before it'll go online. And then as soon as we are back after the first of the year, but we are already in communication with, on the affordable housing side, with developers who have known that this was coming. So we have a distribution list that we will be in, because they're calling me right now. So this time we get to call them and tell them we're ready. And then on the homeowner assistance side, we already operate the housing rehabilitation program, HRP, out of DBHD. So we have a wait list of probably 200 individuals. So the ARPA program managers will be reaching out to the folks on that wait list to encourage them to apply. So everything will be really rolling on those two programs first at the first quarter of 2024. What is the Bureau's diversity complement? So there's a little bit of double reporting. Everybody's mine, so I counted everybody. So in the numbers that I gave for housing, they will also be included in here, but we are a much smaller army. So there are 4 individuals between Mr. Graves, myself, and the 2 ARPA managers. All 4 individuals counted in this number are all Black. There are 2 women and 2 men. And then are any of the current employees bilingual? No. We utilize the 2 fluent Spanish team members from DBHD because we are all housed in the same suite. So those were the questions that I had received. And then I'll turn it over to Jason Graves, Director of Business Development.
Good evening, everyone. How's everyone doing today?
I do believe there was one question asked on the first set of questions that you guys did provide a written response to, so if you could just read that. Starts off something like, recognizing the role of economic development in the growth and prosperity of Harrisburg is important. We wholeheartedly agree that collaboration is key to ensure the city's success and positioning as its priority within the state. That was the very first set of questions that was sent out before any budget hearing started.
We don't have that in our packet, but if you read the question, we can answer it. I apologize.
You have the entire answer here. It's
This-
answered.
yeah,
I would
'cause
just
it
like
was-
for you to
Yeah,
read
because
it.
it was actually, we actually got a couple different sets of questions, so we're trying to figure everything out, so. All right. I do. What does the city do to aim to actually grow business? One of the ways that we actually aim to grow business in small business is extensive outreach.
Speaking into the microphone a little bit better.
Is that better?
Yes.
Okay.
There were a couple of questions. That's one of them. One is talking about talking about the goals, your goals from 2020. One is talking about your goals from 2023, if you could look back at them and evaluate them. The other one was asking where your 2024 goals. One was asking, is there a community and economic development plan? And if so, can we be provided with that? So it's that set of questions.
All right. Okay, does anybody can hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, cool. All right, so does the city have a completed economic development plan at this moment? No, we do not have a finalized draft at the moment, but what I actually did for all of you guys, there's a brief outline, about 12 pages, and actually context of the actual context of what's actually going to be in the plan for everybody to look at and take privy to. We are probably going to anticipating to have a final draft by the end of this month for everybody to actually review, for our staff to actually review first before we actually present anything else, and then go along with actually putting it together as far as the graphics, visuals, and so forth.
Okay, and just to be clear, the one that you provided for us, is that the Harrisburg Together?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Does everyone should have received a copy of that? I'll just kind of, I guess, interject some of my comments in as it goes, and then open it up as we to my colleagues, excuse me. I think it's really important for Harrisburg to have a very clear and concise economic development plan, especially the position that the city is in with our finances. Although we're in a pretty good footing at the moment, we looking forward and looking at the 5-year plan and some of the projections. It's important for us to really be strategic in how we plan to grow. It's something that's been noted by me in the past, but it's also something noted by the ICA. In order for Harrisburg to be prosperous in the long-term future, that's one of the most important things that we can have. So I look forward to seeing that done by the end of 2023. And I'm willing to sit down and work with you as you develop it. I'd love to continue having some of those conversations, because we have to look at not just from the business side, but also how we're looking to lift the socioeconomics of our residents, because they're the most important piece of the city. We can grow as many businesses as we want, but if the people in the city can't afford to patronize the businesses, it doesn't help very much. That's also looking at the community, the building and housing part of it, looking at making sure we have affordable housing for our residents. Not just affordable in the sense of you're below the poverty line, but affordable in the sense that you're just above that poverty line and you don't qualify for any programs, but you still can't afford a $2,000 a month apartment in downtown just to be able to be within walking distance to your job. And also looking at transportation. How are people getting to work? That's all part of the economic development plan that I'd love to see. I'll take a look over what was given to us tonight, but I'd love to work with you and kind of crafting that more, because I think it's a very important part to help our city be successful in the future.
Talent pool here, attract more people, attract more businesses, and actually retain the ones we actually have here, because the focal point actually needs to be more based on the residents versus a transient population. And that's a plan that probably should have been in place probably decades ago. So.
And then just another kind of, I guess, question when it comes to this. Do we plan on having like quantitative goals in the plan so that we can measure these and kind of see, are we hitting these points? Like, we're looking to add 10 new businesses a year. Obviously, I'd hope for more. But are we looking to have some of those plans so that it's not clouds in the sky? It's something that we can measure, reach towards, look back and measure ourselves and continue to go forward with?
Yes.
All right. So, anyone else on that note before? Kind of looking at the community and economic development plan.
Well, I think it would go with it, my question. So if it doesn't, let me know and I'll be quiet and come back to it. But I did notice that in the budget, I believe, and if I'm wrong, please tell me, you went up to $173,458 for business development. Is that correct? In the planning, I think it went up. When I was looking, I'm sorry. There's something. My tab on exactly where that, it was under Department of Building and Housing, but it said business development. So would that be right where you are, Mr. Graves? So did you find, I don't wanna, it's in the tab that says Department of Building and Housing. There is, yep, 122, I'm sorry. No, you don't see it. I'm looking on page 122, so it kind of has, oh, okay, so. Okay. No, I just saw it on 122, but if there's something else you want me to look at, I will. But that's where I had seen the budget go up in that category. So I just had a question on that. So I'll let you find. Right, and then it says business development. Okay. Okay. Everything. Okay. I didn't know if it was just for developing businesses or within the scope of this plan that you were pointing out. So I wanted to ask.
That is an absolute goal.
Okay. Yeah, I was like, okay, what does that mean? Okay, so I think, so then my other question, thank you for clarifying that. So then my question would be, it was just about within the budget or within your plan and helping small businesses. Are you also working with entities within the community, like chambers of commerce chambers, and like working with them to help other people in the community to develop their business? Do they get any of the budget, or do they need to apply for grants? Like, I didn't know how that was working, so that was my. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
So the budget is light in my opinion, because it is just salary, it's administrative,
Right.
it is for the folks who are in the office. There isn't anything that gives businesses an incentive to work
Okay.
closely with our office. So even if there was a revolving loan fund or a microloan fund
Right.
that was developed to come out of this office, as opposed to us referring out to all of the different services that are in the city.
Right.
But once we have given someone resources to use to start their business, why are they coming back to deal with the Economic Development Office of the city?
Okay. I understand. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that rolls right into the next question pretty well, which will be question 5. How does the city plan to grow small businesses within the city?
We aim to actually grow a business through extensive outreach, primarily through involving public entities as far as with meetings, both with new and existing business owners, people in the community, engaging what their needs are, basing everything on looking at the primary areas. Again, me being from the city of Harrisburg and seeing how things have gone over the many years, that is, again, back to Renee, what I was saying earlier before, it's a plan that should have happened many, many years ago. To actually, so we don't have to continually think that we're going to sink into a hole if something happens that's going to be on a national or a worldwide basis, so we can actually come out of it faster. I've been working closely with Ms. Danielle Lewis, our sustainability coordinator, and one of the goals with her is basically ecosystems, as far as like how we can maintain and actually have a more healthier community. So going forward, starting within January, we have an actual set location. We just have to get a time frame, probably starting at the YMCA Camp Curtin, to actually have a full circle talk meeting, to actually have a candid conversation about what the needs that we can assess with everybody within the area.
Feel free to continue on to the next questions.
So, okay, the next question I have for my list is, for all departments, how can you provide your 2024 departmental goals and measures of success, these goals, and how can it be applicable? So, our 2024 departmental goals, you actually have them in front of you, and that is the actual comprehensive strategic plan that we're actually working on, basically dealing with equality, equity, and inclusion, powerful, genuine communities and neighborhoods, addressing food disparity, which is always a thing we actually have going on that I'm trying to actually put an end to. I actually have 3 outside entities I'm actually talking to now to see what the projection will be to actually have us some actually food locations within the area. Advancing the equality of health and well-being within the area, creativity and diversity, basically more visual arts, focus on visual and cultural arts within the area. Marketing plan that revitalizes the city of Harrisburg, basically what we're talking about right now. How we can create basically a culture that actually will be coexisting to actually make everything going forward in the future. Connecting safe and accessible communities and spaces, again, something that we can have a great ecosystem along with, for as far as for small businesses, creating a safe community for all to actually enjoy. Big thing, enhancing transportation throughout the area and the region, which is something that we all need. It's going to help all of us in the long run. Empowering the workforce development, cultivating and innovation and fueling the economic progress for entrepreneurs and business development. Empowering for broadband was another big topic, as well as for connectivity for the people around the area. Safer areas in the neighborhoods and communities around the city. Seniors, and again, this is a big part of basically all of us as far as like with housing development and us also with business development. Big thing, bridging the financial gap as far as looking at unbanked and underbanked communities in our area. Something that just passed is recently for going into 2024 with NCR, actually not forcing, but actually giving a more precedent to actually have a bigger approach to actually have more financial institutions in neighborhoods that are undeserving so people can have access. Community with accesses and services, and basically harnessing the strength of the region along with the community inside the city, actually having more collaborative efforts so we can actually make things grow and go forward.
Sorry, Public Works. And if I could just add 3 concrete goals, I told them I wasn't going to talk a lot. So a grocery store in the Uptown area, assist in opening the Broad Street Market temporary structure, and then assisting with the rebuild of the brick building. So to provide resources to those vendors to actually get back open and running. And then create a business ecosystem and an eco map to better identify gaps in services so we are not finding duplicate businesses in one area where it is not providing a need in another area of the city.
Thank you. You predicted my my question. I'm going to open it up to my colleagues. I was going to start with our Community and Economic Development Chair, but we'll just start to my far left instead with Councilman Rodriguez. Any questions or comments for the Bureau of Business and Resource Development?
No, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Majors?
Thank you. No questions, and I was talking to our chair. She had to leave for a child care issue, but no, and she's good, so no further questions for that, but I will have a question for Public Works from Councilwoman Daniels.
Thank you. President Bowers?
I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Lawson?
Thank you, no questions.
And Councilwoman Ross?
Thank you for being here tonight again, and no, I don't have any questions.
Thank you for being here tonight. I don't have any questions for you at the moment. I'll definitely be following up about the Economic Development Plan and looking forward to working with you. Thank you. Up next, we have the Bureau of City Services, Public Works. Thank you all for bearing with us.
Wasn't there? I know. I thought.
I do apologize. I apologize. We do have Mr. Singleton, who is before you all. I do apologize, and I thank you for bearing with us. I know it's a long night, and you guys have early mornings.
Thank you.
If you wouldn't mind using the microphone or waiting until this one's fixed.
If you're answering questions, let's just use this mic here. Anyone on this front desk that's
Right. Good evening, Mr. Singleton. If you wouldn't mind introducing yourself, your position, kind of what you do in the city, and if there were any questions asked you beforehand, and then we will open it up to my colleagues for questions.
Okay. Good evening, Council. Carl Singleton, Chief Equity and Compliance Officer here for the City of Harrisburg. If you don't mind, I'd like to just start off with my job description. Okay. So this management position is responsible for planning, organizing, directing, and managing all functions that support city government equity efforts. Evaluates, establishes, designs, leads, and implements programs, policies, and practices that advance systemic changes in areas where the city has control and or influence to address the cumulative impacts of institutional and structural inequities. Serves as a champion for delivery of city services through an equity lens, deepens current diversity and inclusion efforts by coordinating activities with other departments, officials, outside agencies, and the public. Identifies areas of structural and systemic racial and economic disparity in the community while simultaneously cultivating partnerships and networks with communities to create meaningful institutional change, and provides highly responsive and complex professional assistance to the mayor. I think it's important to have that on the record, as well as when I was before you last, in terms of what my 2023 vision would be for this department, to also put that into the record. And what we ended with after being before you last year was for 2023, we would further establish the Mayor's Equity Roundtable, going from 4 committees to 2. We would then move into addressing the NEVI plan, which was the National Electric Vehicle Infrastructure Plan, and advocate on behalf of DBEs in terms of the city being impacted by those things that were going to be happening throughout the state, in particular here in the capital city. I will continue to have monthly meetings with the Harrisburg School District, city, and the county, trying to build a more of a cohesive relationship. I would talk with Cities United, and at the time it was Loop, as well as other local nonprofit organizations to fill in where the gun violence intervention, et cetera, was going to be taking place. And so bring some national organizations that I had built relationships with to come into our local and state government grants and fill in where they could in terms of marrying resources, et cetera. And so I'll get into that later. And then finally, it was establishing more intentional, inclusive more intentionally inclusive procurement policies to ensure equity within the Harrisburg City government spending process with fidelity, to serve as a model for not only here, but throughout the Northeastern Seaboard and beyond. And so those are where I left off saying what our office was going to do coming into this year. And so question number one that was posed to the office was name the accomplishments of the office for this year. So I started off by saying our office has remained a member of the COVID-19 Racial and Ethnic Minority Committee, which meets bi-weekly throughout the Pennsylvania, through the Pennsylvania Department of Health. Our office continued to review the draft comprehensive plan presented to the ICA board by way of community and economic development. Our office participates in the bi-weekly, just said that, and that meeting is hosted by Mr. David Saunders, who's the Director of Equity for the Department of Health for the state, with regards to the bi-weekly meeting for the COVID-19 ethnic and minority response. We've composed letters for city residents seeking pardons and more than 20 letters of recommendations and introductions for city residents seeking promotions and or reentry into the workforce. Further, we composed various letters for minority and women-owned diverse business enterprises recovering from COVID-19 related project delay costs before the transition in administrations, because there was a lot of individuals left hanging with regards to being over budgeted on state projects, both locally and throughout the state. So we formulated partnerships with other offices, Philadelphia, Pittsburgh, et cetera, to talk together to discuss how to get our local businesses paid while they were talking about their local businesses being paid, paid as well. We participated in initial meetings about the Harrisburg Senators and Major League Baseball mandates for City Island. We continued meeting as a founding member of Impact Harrisburg. While Impact Harrisburg went into dormancy status, we subsequently meaning Impact Harrisburg, formulated a relationship with the Harrisburg Regional Chamber in Creedick to assist with funding and establishing a position within the Harrisburg Regional Chamber in Creedick to continue efforts started by the Impact Harrisburg Board and Committee that focus with having more opportunities locally for minority, women-owned and controlled businesses, MWDBEs overall. We participated in the African American Chamber for African American Chamber for Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and Delaware during their second annual convening of Black mayors. We served on an actual panel during their doing business across this tri-state during the Black Expo month that they put on. We've participated on the Harrisburg School District's Supplier Diversity and Procurement Committee. We continue to participate on the Harrisburg School District's William Penn Task Force. We formulated partnerships for the first annual Michael Parsons Camp and Community Day. We've participated and continue to participate with PennDOT regarding their Council on Inclusive Excellence Advisory Committee, their Pennsylvania State Transportation Innovative Council, and PennDOT's, again, their National Electric Vehicle Infrastructure Committee. Our office has developed an open line of communication with the Secretary of Department of General Services ongoing. We've served as the recommended hearing officer of the Step 2 grievance process for public safety, meaning the firefighters. We've solidified an ongoing relationship with the head of the World Trade Center of Philadelphia, their new executive director. We serve as a founding member of the Pennsylvania Black Developers Coalition. We began a conversation with regards to how the state can be more intentional about getting some of that, at the time what we thought was a $12 billion surplus, in the hands of Black developers in particular throughout the state, so that we can have more of a direct impact on our underfunded communities with regards to affordable housing and other development projects throughout the state. So there's 20 of us that have gotten together, formulated a committee. We've had conversations with, starting with Lieutenant Governor Davis, Senator Costa, Senator Hughes. Of course, we've gotten letters of support asking for $200 million from our local state representative, Fleming, Kim, and Madsen. So that's a committee that I continue to serve on, and our office continue to be instrumental in. One of the things that we talked about in particular with that office was not that we were going to actually get $200 million as a committee, but that would $200 million would be put into an already existing structure that is intended to serve minority businesses, the PMDA, Pennsylvania Minority Business Development Association over at the state under the Department of DCED. It is kind of like dysfunctional, but with that shot in the arm of $200 million, it could serve a great purpose from our perspective. We also participated in Dickinson Law's Anti-Racist Institute as a system designer. This institute that Penn State Dickinson have taken on was preempted by the ruling at the Supreme Court level regarding affirmative action. And so what better partnership to have if you're truly committed to minority-owned and controlled businesses than to protect those things that are in place to ensure equity at the core of everything we do in terms of spending money from public sector, then to formulate a relationship with lawyers, hence, in particular, a dean that serves down at Penn State Dickinson Law, Dean Danielle Conway, who literally, and I brought this book here, literally wrote the book on state and local government procurement. So we have an ongoing relationship with them. Building upon that relationship, we participated in the inaugural Anti-Racist Development Institute convening at Penn State Dickinson Law. I was then asked to serve as one of 92 individuals who were trained in what's called system design, in which you go in with a certain approach to address whatever it is from a perspective of equity in addressing systemic omission of equity policies, et cetera. And so I'm a part of that organization. I'm one of 9 individuals in our office, participated as one of 9 individuals that was taken down to Bethesda, Maryland, in which we participated in the Equity Justice Works National Convening. That is the organization that brings in second-year law students and or those who are just graduating from throughout the nation and train them in terms of how to do business from a lawyer standpoint with community focus, from a community focused lens, meaning the equity lens. And so I was one of 9 individuals that were brought down for 3 days, and we trained their new fellows, not fellows, but their new lawyers who's just entered into the practice around the design model that I just discussed. We participated in the Pennsylvania Black College Conference on Higher Education's annual conference. Participated in the state's recognition of Speaker Kaylee Irv's second day of action in the 50-year celebration of the Pennsylvania Legislative Black Caucus existence. We've added value to the onboarding of potential new MBE businesses by working more closely with the Merchant and Licensing Department as we encourage possible MWDBEs to become self-certified if they are not already certified on the state level or by a third party. Our office serves as the Pennsylvania Greater Father and Family Involvement Campaign's ambassador to county commissioners, government liaison to members of the Commonwealth Citizens Council, and chair of the Pennsylvania Fatherhood Training and Service Provider Collaborative. That is a new organization that came out of the Joint State Committee, at which point fathers taking care of the well-being of children and families from a father-focused lens has been approved by previous Governor Wolf, and is taking place, and I have the actual dates in the legislation embedded in the packet that I've turned into you. I won't read all of that. Our office continues to engage lending institutions throughout the state to address funding for underfunded and disinvested communities via the Community Reinvestment Act of 1977. Our efforts has led to us being invited to the National Community Reinvestment Coalition's annual conference in DC back in March of 2023, which addressed, amongst other things, innovative lending to underfunded and disinvested communities. That's question number 1. Question number 2 is the Mayor's Equity Roundtable still active? The Mayor's Equity Roundtable was active until the beginning of this holiday season, which was November 6th. And I've embedded in your packet the email that I sent out. Question number 3, what was the Mayor's Equity Roundtable's what has the Mayor's Equity Roundtable accomplished over the course of the year? And there was multiple things, however, I narrowed it down to 4. Number 1, we participated in the City Council's Disparity Study Workshop, in which we brought individuals forth from our committee to testify right before you. Two of our members are currently working on a DI professional course of action locally with the Dauphin County Library Systems to address some of the things that we actually come together and address for the city. They've been picked up and honestly won a contract, quite frankly, with the Dauphin County Library System to address DEI and equity efforts. We've conducted 2 board meetings hosted at E-Town College and Penn State Health. And we have, and I think it's a great accomplishment, we started off with 34 individuals interested in the Mayor's Equity Roundtable. We grew as high as 46, but throughout the course of this year, we maintained 43 out of 46 individuals remaining committed and wanting to be participants of this. And these are 43 individuals who have worked every day and do extra stuff just like us, and they thinking not robbery to still pour into the city from an equity lens. I won't go into the reading, but I embedded in your packet authentic notes from those 2 roundtables. I kind of synthesized them in a way, not that I changed the grammar or anything, but I didn't put everything in the notes because I didn't think you wanted a voluminous packet. I just thought you wanted your question answered. And question 4, and the final question is, when can we expect to receive a policy recommendation from the Mayor's Equity Roundtable? And my response was, when draft legislation is being considered before City Council based on the recommendations of the disparity study. And the reason why I responded that way is because a lot of the work that we do, the promise that I made those Equity Roundtable was that when we have the disparity study completed, we would marry our recommendations with the recommendations of the disparity study, compare it and contrast it, and then be able to present something in a way where it was tangible for all of us that we can all agree on, and there was nothing political about what we were suggesting. And that's my packet.
All right. Thank you very much. I have a couple of questions. I'm just going to start with 1 or 2, and then I'll open it up for my colleagues. You probably heard it several times tonight, but do you have measurable goals that you can lay out and measure yourself against next year?
Well, I can. One of the questions wasn't asked, and you know what? I should not have stopped there. If you indulge me for 1 more second. I kind of ended like I started with talking about 2023, and so at the end of the packet, so thanks for that catch. Immediate focus for 2024 is how I ended your packet. Work more closely with Hillary Green, the Procurement Services and Compliance Manager in the Solicitor's Office. Advocate for additional Munis system tabs to be fully activated in order to track MWDB spends with fidelity. Create and streamline a process to track the time from when a business comes into the mercantile office until they're engaged actually in POs and or emergency requests. Build a robust directory which levels the playing field regarding the utilization of co-stars and other state-approved options which do not consider NWDBE status when legally, in my opinion, legally avoiding the traditional bidding process. Review weekly reports embedding MWDBE spend from each department. So in other words, have each department embedded in their weekly reports what they spent with MWDBEs. Fortify a relationship with the Center for American Progress Gun Violence Prevention Division in Cities United. And Cities United. Now that we seem to have all of our GVI grant professionals on board, and work more closely with Harrisburg Housing Authority as part of their utilization policy committee, because they just asked me to be on this committee as they address affordable housing and developers, et cetera, as they begin their, I guess, 2024 planning. So I'll stop there. Sorry about that.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you providing us with this information. Just another question before I open it up is, what institutional knowledge are we looking to build in the city with this position? Say you hit the lottery tomorrow and decide, I'm out. It looks like most of this information, most of this work being done by you and your, I believe it was just you and an assistant in your department. So how would this work continue to be carried on? Because it seems like it's in you. It seems like you're attending a lot, you're doing a lot. you're building this network and this knowledge, but how does the city sustain it if there was no you?
So to be clear, hopefully there's a me, not necessarily in this position forever. I don't plan on going anywhere.
I mean, like you in this
I'm
position,
just
that's what
joking
I'm.
with you. So Ahmad is here. The mayor gets a weekly report from me every week. In terms of the systems, there's going to be more collaboration with colleagues that actually have full buy-in to the needs, desires, and have equity truly committed at the core of everything we do. I'm not saying you have to be me. I don't expect anybody to be me. But one thing I'm going to show up with is leading with unapologetically minority-owned and controlled businesses at the core. I don't expect everybody to be that. That's why I'm here. If there was a lot of me's, I might not be here. So I'm thankful that there's not. But with that being said, I understand the benefit of not having all the institutional knowledge, tapped into one source. And so I've shared this information. I continue to share this information. I continue to be open. My door is literally and figuratively always open to colleagues, community, and or anyone else, who walks in. I'm a public servant. My office is the public's office. And as long as they sign in at the front desk and the call comes upstairs, nobody's turned away.
Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and open it up to my colleagues. I'm going to start to my far left with Councilman Rodriguez.
I have no specific questions besides appreciate you joining the parent task force. Is that something you plan on sustaining with public safety?
It is.
Okay,
Yeah,
thank you.
I didn't put that in.
That's why I was wondering. I was like,
Yeah, I didn't put that in. It's new.
I think it's awesome, though.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
Councilman Majors?
Thank you. And I guess I'll sort of go on the same sort of line where Vice President Green was, particularly around some of the organizations that you have involvement in, Black developers, looking at, ways to ensure that the funding that's being granted at state and or federal level is seeing Black developers or other folks, minorities are getting access to those funds. What does that mean for the city of Harrisburg? That's what I'm trying to get at with some of the larger organizations you're a part of. What's the value add for businesses and or residents of the city of Harrisburg?
No, I respect that. And let's be clear, when I am leaving and I'm on in these other places, I'm sent on behalf of the mayor. So everything I bring back is for the administration. It's not self-absorbed. It's, again, put into the report. So to your point, it is helping when the mayor is bringing down or suggesting drafted legislation to come before you. My reports are, I would hope, and I believe, helping to dictate what comes down. And there's nothing that I'm doing, and to be clear, when I'm driving around or visiting and building these relationships, I'm a city resident as well. So when I'm doing it, it's for all of us. It just so happens that I'm in this position. And that should not negate the fact that with these residents, whether it's the Black developers, if it's the Black Developers Coalition, we can highlight that. If there's a process to get this organization under DCD back up and running with $200 million, there's never been anything that was done for Black people that didn't ultimately help everybody. So the residents in this community is helped not to be nullified by the mere fact that we're saying Black.
No, understood that. So in terms of businesses that are doing work in the city of Harrisburg, are we seeing funds coming to those businesses? Are we seeing funds coming to the city of Harrisburg to do some of the projects? That's what I'm.
So again, that's the goal. That's part of the reason why I brought the African American Chamber of Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and Delaware, because sometimes we fall short and we may not have the capacity in some of our local businesses. And so what I've been able to do is bring those entities in to meet with the mayor, for them to formulate an open line of communication, and then they can sort of come in because they have the capacity, they might have bonded capacity, et cetera, and or experiences that our local businesses may not have to that degree. And so now there's really a joint venture, a real partnership, and it oftentimes looks non-traditional to those projects, whether we're talking about at the state, we won't even talk about the federal courthouse, but that's going. So what we're talking about is the state and or local entities, and let's not forget, we're also talking to lending institutions. And so that is definitely, once we start having those types of conversations and they formulated the CDFI network, for the local business, for those businesses that aren't necessarily funded or able to get lines of credit, et cetera, from the traditional banks, these CDFIs are now in place, and there's now a local, a statewide organization of CDFIs who we've been able to contact and have conversations with and remind them that you're not to be in business with the banks. You're here to be innovative in your lending practices with those businesses and individuals who are non-traditional bankers who don't ultimately get to bank with the big boys and girls. And so to that question, a lot of our issues with our local businesses, et cetera, is funding. And so access to that funding is something I think would come out of these relationships. But again, that's going to be, something that is have to be driven by the mayor.
Okay, so again, that's what I'm saying. So through that, the CDFI and CRAs, are we seeing investment in businesses or relationships with businesses in the city of Harrisburg?
I would say yes, but I would let the business director, development individual answer that. We all have roles.
Okay. Right. So then your role is to be the liaison between that organization and business development?
So my role is when the mayor asked me to stand in for her, to go and get as much knowledge and resource, attain as much resource knowledge that I can to bring back so that she can make an informed decision around items or make her informed decision with resources she may not have been aware of otherwise had I not been attending various organizational meetings and or building relationships with places where she has not been.
Okay, thank you. I guess one last question for me, as I know it's getting late. With respect to the Pennsylvania Fatherhood Group, is that resulting in work that's going on with fathers in our community, or is it just
no? So the goal. So although I'm going to be in charge over the state liaison piece, we have Bro to Go right here as the representative, one of our companies, our organizations that have that father-focused center. But as I mentioned with the Department of Health earlier, the Department of Health breaks the state down into 6 regions. And so our goal is to make sure that we have a father-focused resource center in all 6 regions, similar to how the state has the regions broken down. And from there's federal funding that's coming down the pipe that is then going to be able to, hopefully, through the State Joint Commission, et cetera, their support, come to our local nonprofits that has this father-centered focus, I should say.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
President Bowers?
Thank you. I just have one question. It's related to the weekly reports that embed the MWDBE spend for each department. I'm just curious, over the past year, if you've learned anything from those reports. Have you seen any trends from departments, from your advocacy and your work? Or how do you see the use of that data moving forward?
So, and that's why I put in some of the 2023 moving forward steps in terms of having a more robust relationship and working relationship with the procurement manager as well as the solicitor's office. That's why I talked specifically about having each department embed in their weekly report their MWDB spend. I also, again, it's a level of commitment that it might be unfair to my colleagues, but that I would like everybody to have when it comes specifically to MWDBEs. But then again, that's why I was brought in. So, and it's not to begrudge them. Some people, it's new to them. It's training. It can't be looked at as yet another assignment. And there's also, the realistic fact that there's a lot going on in the city, and a lot of my colleagues have, a lot on their plate. And so this could be looked at as another thing to do. So I'm respectful and aware of that as well. But again, that's why I'm here.
Thanks.
Thank you. Councilman Lawson.
Thank you, Vice President Green, and thank you, Mr. Singleton, for stepping up tonight. And just so that I'm kind of aware of what we're, because it looks like a lot of what you're doing is more statewide and regional. Is this more for gaining information that you can bring back to the mayor, or is it more of like building relationships with other coalitions so that when Harrisburg has an ask, we can say, hey, remember we were out here and we discussed this this proposal, and we want to make sure that you're investing your money in Harrisburg, or how does that?
So it's all of the above. And if we are threatened by expanding, and we don't see where how many of us have gone away and not just stayed in Harrisburg and came back with information? Most of us, right? So part of, and let's not think that I'm elsewhere all the time. I'm here as well. So I may be away with regards to regional efforts. And again, just because I have these regional boards down, that doesn't mean I'm there physically. We know about Zoom, we know about Teams, et cetera. So there's meetings. I'm not traveling throughout the state bi-weekly for a health equity meeting. That's a Zoom. It's bi-weekly, it's ongoing. So let's make that clear for the record. And so to your question, it is a regional reach, a statewide reach, quite frankly, a national reach. The Mayor's Equity Roundtable has individuals from West Virginia, Ohio, North Carolina, you name it. And that is what we need, so we don't have brain drain. Again, I'm not the least bit intimidated, by going outside and learning new things and bringing them back and sharpening it, making it fit what our needs are here in the community, and following the mayor's direction in terms of what she sends down before you. You agree, work through it, and now we have what we didn't have before that we learned from elsewhere.
And then the other question was the $200 million that you were looking to pull together. Is that something that the state is still looking to move towards, or is that
No,
just?
It's not.
It's not.
Everybody had needs at that point, and but it is. I won't go on record of saying what the ask is turned into, or again, we've had conversations with Majority Leader Harris, as well as Speaker McClinton and others. So, and it's in the packet, everything that I put down there. So I won't go on record saying what we're trying to get done now, because they're obviously in budget negotiations still as we speak in some areas. And so that would be, I don't think that would be proper.
Right, but it's still an ongoing conversation.
It's definitely, yes.
Okay,
Yes.
great. Thank you. That's everything.
Thank you. Councilman Ross.
Thank you. You might have already answered it, I think you did, but just for clarification, I know you said you work with different minority organizations or businesses, I think, to pull, what businesses they have and gather more information. So I think you said you work with the African American Chamber of Commerce.
Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and Delaware.
Right, because it's
separate,
right,
yes.
because I know there's a lot of them, so right, just in this area, or Central PA, or the Tri-City, you said.
The Tri-State, yeah. There's resources beyond Central Pennsylvania that can help our businesses. Let's not forget either, I also mentioned the relationship with the Harrisburg Regional Chamber and CREDIC as part of Impact Harrisburg. Now that we have gone dormant and entered into dormancy status, that is some of the funds that was left there has been shifted over to create a position to have a more diversity focus in terms of business relationships, development, et cetera, that Harrisburg Regional Chamber and CREDIC may and or may not have been doing to the degree that Impact Harrisburg was, we'll say, before this relationship was fortified.
Okay, thank you. That was.
One last question for me, and it's to piggyback off of President Bauer's question. So with respect to the MWBE for each department, is that happening now, or is that something we're looking to in the future in terms of on the weekly report?
Yes, something we're looking towards in the future.
Okay, so it's not occurring right now. You're looking to do that moving forward. And then in terms of the update to procurement policies as well, that's not happening.
Well, I'm sure that's an update that's going on, ongoing, but the update that I'm speaking of is once we have the disparity study fully fleshed out and recommendations and have something based on that disparity. As I said before you last year, I said, short of my kids being born, one of the greatest accomplishments of my professional life was what? The disparity study being up and underway. But it's stagnant now, for good, bad, or indifferent. It's not something has not been agreed upon between the administration and council that we can put into an ordinance to clearly say we need to have, or we believe we can have X amount, of MWDB participation, et cetera. And I'm just saying, let's go back and look at the recommendations. And so, and again, it just has to be prioritized.
Okay.
And I'm going to say, as well as with the new Munis system, that has to be prioritized. The capability to track those numbers can be had. It has to be prioritized.
Oh, agreed. And on the Munis side, that is an administrative function. We pass it. In terms of the capability and being able to do it, we can't control what that Harrisburg. So we were more than willing to work with the administration.
Who's responsible?
All right, that's an administrative responsibility, and I'll say it. On the other side, with respect to the disparity study, President Bowers or Vice President Green, have we received anything yet from the administration or Law Bureau on a bill to come down for recommendations?
No, we have not. It's
Okay.
my understanding we can expect something during the first quarter of 2024.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Like I said, I'm putting it on the record where you asked me a question, and it is not tennis, it's all of us. And that's my point.
I appreciate it. Any other questions or comments for Mr. Singleton before we allow him to head out for the evening? Seeing none, I appreciate you being here tonight. I appreciate you giving us this information and all the different organizations that you're a part of and collaborate with. And I'm looking forward to continuing to work with you.
All right, thank you for your time. Have a good evening.
You as well. All right. Last but not least, we can, they have a lot. But moving on to the next part of our committee business will be the Bureau of City Services Public Works, which has a lot of pieces underneath of it. I will allow you to choose the order you'd like to go in, as I know you did note some of your team does get up very early in the morning. So if you want to go in a different order than what's listed here, please feel free. All right.
Because we should be short with each department.
Okay. So Bureau of City Services Public Works, if you could introduce yourselves, go over any questions that were asked beforehand, if you have any presentation or anything you'd like to give, and then we'll open it up for questions.
Austin Griffin, Deputy Director, Public Works. This is Mr. Dave West, Director of Public Works, and Bonnie Yeager is our, what's your title? Confidential Secretary. Good evening, council members. The Public Works Department has come out to answer the questions presented to us for tonight's meeting. If you look around at everyone wearing the black Public Works shirts, you can see that we work as a team. I want to start off by thanking everyone that you see wearing these shirts. They have all put in a lot of work over the past year that has taken our departments to the next level. I will start by answering the 3 questions added to us a couple days ago, because we got sent out like 2 different
two sets.
Yeah, 2 sets of questions. Question 1, when do you intend to fill the motor equipment operator vacancy? Which quarter of 2024? External or internal applicants? The answer to that is this position has already been filled. We did recently terminate a motor equipment operator though, and have already conducted an interview for the position after posting the position internally. Once this position is filled, the department will be at a full capacity. Question 2 was, What is the borough's diversity complement? The Department of Public Works is currently made up of 73 employees within sanitation, highway, VMC, office employees, and traffic engineering. We have 60 males, 13 females, which is broken down as follows: 43 African Americans, 20 Caucasians, 1 Dominican, and 13 Hispanics. Question 3 was, are any current employees bilingual? We have 14 employees who are bilingual. 2 of these employees serve in positions that deal directly with the public. Erica Lopez Martinez is our front desk administrative assistant, and Maria Pace serves in our billing department. I don't know if you want to ask questions on those questions first.
No, not a question, but a statement. Why are we differentiating between Dominican and Hispanic? So why are we differentiating between Dominican and Hispanic? That was just a comment, but
I think that's just what he wanted to be.
he just wanted to make it put on record that he was Dominican. I'm Dominican. Okay. All right. All right.
That's what Raul wanted, right? I will now move to questions 19 and 20, which are 2024 goals and measures of success, and an update of our 2023 goals. I will start with our 2023 goals. Our biggest goal in 2023 was to do more paving in-house than ever before. We accomplished this goal by compiling a list of 21 paving projects, training our in-house staff on proper procedures of paving, providing the proper equipment to accomplish the task at hand. We had to make sure the number of streets in the plan would not go outside the budget we had to work with, and get everyone operating on the same page to execute the plan in a smooth and timely manner. We were committed to keeping up on leaf collection and assuring that leaves were maintained throughout the season. We also wanted to demo as many properties as possible. 98 tons of leaves were picked up, and 21 abandoned properties were removed. 14 of those were in-house demos. Another goal was to cut down on the number of incidents within the departments. We focused on training our drivers to make sure that they were all comfortable with all the aspects of the trucks. We had our fleet manager and mechanics walk them through the entire truck to familiarize and answer any questions they may have had. A training with Chuck Baker from Inservco, the safety advisor for the city, was set up at the Public Works building for our sanitation and highway departments. This goal is something that will always be addressed to keep fresh ideas and new knowledge flowing throughout our departments. Our Public Works departments have been able to accomplish a lot of things over the past year of 2023. This was only possible by having a director that was always willing to go the extra mile, and a mayor that supported our departments and the ideas we presented to improve our city. I'll move on to 2024 goals. Our 2024 goals are to provide a safe and positive work environment for the employees of the Public Works Department, to give them a place to come to work every day with pride. We will do this by improving communication within the city's departments and with the residents of the city of Harrisburg to address the issues and emergencies in the city. We are in the process of improving our safety committee to ensure the employees are up to date and informed on city's current safety guidelines, and will provide specific training to all Public Works employees. We have set another goal to do more paving than what was accomplished last season. We will keep the streets clear of snow and ice during the winter months and collect leaves and yard waste during the appropriate seasons. We also plan to increase the amount of demolition projects in the year of 2024. We will accomplish these goals by filling any open positions in the departments, supplying the proper tools and equipment, and provide our Public Works employees with anything that is blocking the City of Harrisburg's Public Works Department from accomplishing what we have set out to do. Our 2024 goal for sustainability this year is to focus on expanding educational efforts. We plan to conduct special events with citizen education tables and collaborate with local schools to deliver recycling presentations in classrooms. By fostering a culture of sustainability, we aim to increase awareness and participation in recycling programs. Additionally, we aim to enhance our collection efforts by improving communication about glass drop-off locations. A comprehensive strategy for streamlining the transport of recyclables is also under consideration, exploring potential revenue streams to optimize recycling logistics for the city. In conclusion, Harrisburg is on a promising trajectory toward a greener future. The 2023 recycling report reflects not only the accomplishments of the past year, but also sets the stage for continued growth and sustainable practices. So together, as a community, we can build a more resilient and environmentally conscious Harrisburg for generations to come.
Thank you. Any questions or comments regarding any of those answers? If you'd like, you can go through each of your portions, like each of your departments underneath you, and then we can just ask all the questions at the end. Or we could just go piece by piece.
You're gonna have different individuals speaking
Okay.
for different departments.
All right, so I will start with my Public Works chair here. Do you have any questions or comments for the Public Works, the Bureau of City Services Public Works Department?
Thank you, Vice President Green. Thank you, Deputy Director Griffin. Just because it's become somewhat of a hot topic this year with the recycling and the cost that we're starting to bear now. I heard you saying something about an education piece. Is there a way to reduce the cost of recycling if we're getting rid of the non-recyclable items in our recycle bins?
The reduction that we are already saving that we took out of the trash stream, which will go up in 24 to, I think, is it 200? What is it, Neil, next year?
I have no.
It's about $220 a ton, so we're pulling the recycling out of the trash stream, which is single streams, which contains like cardboard, cereal boxes, stuff like that. We pull as much trash out of the stream, which we place into recycling, which this year is $55 a ton. Next year will be $75 a ton. Following year will be $85 a ton. So there's a tremendous savings from going into the trash stream, which continues to go up to over $200 a ton at the Loxwam.
The incinerator charge is now $238 next year.
Goodness. All right. So I guess that's part of our education that we need to provide to our residents to try to make it a little bit easier to keep that amount of trash separated, so we're not doing as much of that. And that's really the question I had, is if we had a strategy to try to help bring those costs down. It sounds like you're working on one, but you need the public's assistance on that as well.
Yes, we also are in meetings with the governor's office and talking about a mini MRF presently also. And what a mini MRF is, it's a small recycle center that we can create ourselves, and we're also talking to Loxwammer in reference to these same meetings on their facility.
Okay, that's good information. Thank you.
Councilwoman Rawls.
Thank you, Vice President Green, and thank you for being here tonight. And I know it's been long, but you bared through, so thank you. And for your detailed presentation. I definitely enjoyed listening to your goals, especially the educational part, with recycling, because I know a lot of people really don't know how to recycle correctly. So I think that will definitely help a lot. I just had one question. I know one of your huge goals, Director West and Deputy Director Austin, was about illegal dumping, and you had put things in place to try to stop it and control it. I do know it came, and you controlled it as much as you could, but you're still putting things in place. I know, but one of the residents had a question about illegal dumping happening on their street, sometimes blocking sidewalks for students to walk to school. So I was just wondering, what can we do as a department to help that? I'm not saying it's your fault, putting it all on you, but what do we do to try to clean that up or stop it? Like, what can we put into place?
Well, for the most part, what we're doing currently is we have cameras currently, but we are looking to purchase more cameras to place on what we call hotspots. And for the most part, if a resident would call, and we would place it on our list, and what Kevin Jackson does, he orchestrates the blight and community cleanups, and he takes care of that stuff throughout the day. We try to cover the entire list for that day. And if it's reported for the next day, we'll continue a list for tomorrow, and we'll do accordingly.
Okay, thank you. What would be the number they could call? Would you be able?
Public Works number.
Just call it.
It's 717-412-4320.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
And this would also help with generating places for us to do our
put the
hotspot
cameras.
Saturdays with Councilman.
Rodriguez, yes, he does have those, and that's very helpful. Thank you. I appreciate that. That was my only question.
Thank you. I'm going to move to my immediate left with President Bowers.
Thank you. I'm not sure if this is appropriate for now, but I'll just ask. I have questions related to the Neighborhood Services Fund, the salary increases. There are a few listed here due to the reorganization, and I wasn't clear on the explanation for these increases. The Deputy Director of Parks, Recreation, and Enrichment and Park Maintenance, there's a 10% increase. Operations Manager for Paving, there's an 11% increase. Operations Manager for City Services, 14% increase. And Operations Manager for Park Maintenance, 18%.
Okay, the operations manager, the position, the title was changed for more responsibility because the Public Works Department expanded with Parks and Recreation and Park Maintenance. We had to create a team to oversee a couple of departments at a time. So we took it was 2 supervisors and the deputy director position expanded once we took over Park Maintenance and Park and Recreation. So in creating that team to oversee 6 departments, we gave 2 departments to each operation manager for the deputy director to oversee those operations managers. Now, we have 2 deputy directors. Austin Griffin is also a deputy director, where he had to go and help Dan Snow, who's our city engineer, because we didn't have a project manager. So we had to place him there so we can continue on the path that we were on. And Dan Snow was new. He did not know the city. Austin was, representing traffic before Dan Snow came. So he had to fill him in on where we were as far as the city. So we took the other departments and placed them under the 3 operations managers, which used to be sanitation supervisors.
Okay. Now, so the former traffic and engineering project manager moved to
DBHD.
Right, with the business and resource development for the ARPA project manager
That's
role,
correct.
one of the ARPA project management roles. Okay, so you said that so have the job descriptions changed as a result too? That outline these additional duties that everybody was taking on?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, I don't have any other questions right now, but I will be requesting, I guess, updated job descriptions, just so we can see how those duties and responsibilities have changed with the 3 operations managers.
There were add-ons to the position, it were add-on job descriptions to what our.
To the supervisors?
Yes.
Okay, so those duties are now under either the supervisor, whatever they're
They're an operations manager.
okay. So I'll be requesting the job descriptions just so we can see, because I'm not clear if there's anything else to justify these increases.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Majors?
Yeah, and we're still just city services, right?
Yes.
Okay. With respect to city services, on here, the atrium receptionist is zeroed out in terms of the funding. That's correct?
That's no longer under.
That's no longer under you. Okay. But there's still a position being shown as a position, control position under there for in city services. So that's no longer under you. So I guess we just get that corrected on the
Yes,
back.
that's correct.
It's under communications. Okay.
Yes.
All right. Okay. All right. Now, the other question I have already asked. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Rodriguez?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to the department for being here this evening. Director West, I did not see the metrics for this year's Hotspot Saturdays. Were those sent over? The numbers?
Oh, the numbers?
Yes.
Did we get the numbers for us by Saturday?
I had called you earlier. You said you had them. You sent them over.
Michelle, what you supposed to send them to me? I'll make sure that you get them.
I just think it's important that we discuss that because it's volunteer-based and a lot of people in the community, you know, as you've seen, go out their way and we're moving tons. So if that's something we could kind of stay on top of, I'm pretty sure council would love to hear.
So we do have a total tonnage.
Great.
59.05 tons.
And that's for this season?
That is for, yes.
Perfect.
2023.
Awesome. So that's 4 times than what we did last year.
That includes Tannen's projects as
Okay,
well.
okay, perfect.
And Pastor O'Connelly.
Okay. Thank you. Is that something you guys look forward to continuing, or?
Yes.
Okay, perfect, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councilman Majors?
I guess, yeah, there was one additional question, and it takes into account the Bill 12, which is talking about the increase to the sanitation bills that's being proposed by the administration. Councilwoman Daniels wanted us to see if Public Works could spell out how we got to the rate increase that is currently being proposed for our trash collection.
Say that again?
So our sanitation, the administration brought down a bill, Bill 12 of 2023, that would provide for a increase in the amount of money that we pay monthly for our sanitation.
$3 and something?
Yeah, so it was 32, 34, I think is what we currently pay.
That's correct.
And I think it's going up to, and I don't want to get the number wrong, but I think it's around 35 and change. So she wanted to know if Public Works could speak to the need for that increase, and if we have looked at the rates being charged by other municipalities, and what, if any, what that change would do to some of our other partners that we currently pick up trash from. So, we have Paxtang, Steelton, and Pembroke. If that proposed rate increase would have any impact on the work that we do in those municipalities.
So the answer would, if I could affect the other municipalities, no, because there's a separate contract. Those contracts are all up for renegotiation and renewal next year. So all of that is part of the discussion. That they are separate negotiations with each of the 3. So we don't have a set of numbers from any of them.
Okay, and again, I'll just ask for the city side, so it going up roughly 10%, I think it amounts to, it's about $3 and change. Is there anything that Public Works can speak to as to why we need to have that increase?
That's an answer for the business administrator.
Okay, I'll talk to the business administrator then. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments?
Yes. By chance, Director West, if we can have those numbers, the hard numbers sent in to either Madam President or Madam Vice President, just for the end of the year wrap up, that'd be great.
You talking about?
For the Hotspot Saturdays.
That's right here.
If we can get it emailed over.
Oh, you want, okay.
Yeah.
Well, you know.
Yeah, because they do the end of the year wrap up. Traditionally, it'd be great just for council to have that.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. Yep.
Thank you. I suppose we will move on to our next bureau, which is the Bureau of Neighborhood Services and Park Maintenance. Good evening. If you could introduce yourself, and your job title, and then go over any questions that were asked beforehand, and then if you have any presentation or anything you'd like to add, and then we'll open it for questions.
My name is Sasha Rose. I'm Deputy Director for Parks and Public Works. And our goals this year were to make sure we take care of all the parks that are safe and clean. We had 1,079 rentals this year that we had to keep up with. Also make sure that we maintain the trees. We took the second half of the year, we took a more forceful attack on trees, as you know, making sure the residents had safety as one of the priorities for trees. And then next year, we are planning on being more of a forefront on the development of our parks this year. So something that we can basically maintain and not chase after. We have 3 blacks, 5 Hispanics, and 8 whites. 1 female, 15 men.
All right. I'm going to open it up to my colleagues, starting with, I guess we'll do Parks and Rec. Starting with Councilwoman Ross.
Thank you, and thank you, Director Ross, for coming in. I don't have any questions. You and I talk in length, and I would like to just say I love all the events that we have had this year and the success that they have been. Your goals that you have outlined and the conversations we have about what you're looking forward to doing within the city. So I just want to thank you for that, but I don't have any questions for you.
Thank you. Councilman Lawson?
Yeah, thank you for coming before us. Actually, I don't have any questions, but thank you.
Thank you. I'll just kind of go to myself now. I think I do have one question. I believe one of the goals you outlined is essentially trying to be more proactive in the maintenance of our parks. How do we plan to be more proactive? Like, do we have an outlined plan on how we are looking to go through each park and assess it and look at maintenance needs and how we plan to address them? Or, I guess, how are we going to do it?
Every week, we try to get every part of the minimum at one time. Every week, it takes basically 11 of our staff. The entire week, to know all the grass that's maintained within our park system. As Sasha said, we have 1,079 permits. Each permit holder, we have 8 spaces that structures that need to be maintained. So we try to power wash them for the summer programs.
My bad. Again, we have Again, there's 8 pavilions that house the summer program for the children, plus everyone that rents a permit. We try to power wash them a minimum of 1 time a week. And my goal is at a minimum, we get to every park once a week, not only to mow it, but to go over all the equipment. When that's done, we have 3 gentlemen that can do our maintenance as far as, when I have a crew out there, they go mow the grass, they clean up everything, and then anything that goes down on their job list will go to 2 tradesmen that can go back and make repairs to the parks as we need to. Our goal is just to continue to do that. And we will be, hopefully, we have 1 open position, so I'll need to fill that. And then, and next year, hopefully, we'll have 3 more staff now that the parks are going to expand with the new park projects coming on board.
Thank you. That was my question. I will move on to President Bowers.
Thank you. Just a question about the vacancy that's available. When do you intend to fill the vacancy? Which quarter of the new year? And will external and/or internal applicants be accepted?
We just filled it with an internal bid from our own department, so it will go up. It should be immediately. And it'll start internal again.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Majors? Thank you. Councilman Rodriguez?
No questions, more of just a few statements. I think you guys, from my position, are doing amazing. So keep up the great work. I've kind of dibbled and dabbled with all of you from time to time in the street, and from getting trees down for residents to supplying way too many jobs than we were supposed to for the youth, but it's kept them off the street. It's kept them occupied during the summer. I mean, I see the faces in the playgrounds. I want to go play sometime. So, I mean, thank you to all you guys, even to, Deputy Griffin and Director West. I know from my own personal experiences, when I call with resident issues, you guys are really concerned, and it means a lot to me. And I love to build that rapport with you all. Even Veronica, I mean, we've kind of been in the field a lot. John, thank you. So to all you guys, just keep doing what you're doing, and any way I can help, or I know council feels the same, we're here to do so. So thank you guys.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Oh, I forgot, of course, Mr. Sanders. I forgot he was here.
Thank you. Seeing no other questions or comments for the Bureau of Neighborhood Service and Park Maintenance, we'll move on to the Bureau of Traffic and Engineering. Good evening. If you could introduce yourself, your position, give a little overview, go over any questions that were asked beforehand, and then we'll open it up for questions.
Can you hear me now? Okay. Good evening, council. My name is Dan Snow. I'm the city engineer. Veronica Lefevre, she's the traffic manager. And then we have Austin Griffin, Deputy Director of Public Works. So we received 3 questions, the 2023 department goals, 2024 department goals, and then the status of the capital projects for streets and roads. So starting with the 2023 goals, I wasn't at the city at the time of last year's budget hearing, so I'm not totally privy to what the 2023 goals were. I can, however, tell you that what I've observed since I started in July. The Traffic and Engineering Department is comprised of a group of hardworking and motivated individuals. The engineering staff are requiring contractors to be more accountable for the quality of their work. This is not the easy road, as it is being met with resistance, but it is a necessary part of managing public money in a fiscally responsible manner. As far as staffing, we currently have 1 open position, the engineering project manager. We did, however, extend an invite, or an offer letter to an individual last week, and we're pretty sure that he's going to join our team. Looking forward to 2024, our primary goal is to clear out the queue of engineering capital projects that just need a push to get them across the finish line. This includes starting State Street, Phase 1 of the East-West Connection or Chestnut Street, and the Capitol Gateway project on Forster Street. We intend on kicking off the design of the Hurst Street Safety Improvements Project and the county bridge package to address structurally deficient bridges within the city, and finishing the design of the courthouse connection. From a planning perspective, we are actively working with our consultants to develop concepts for a much-needed road diet on Division Street. Outside of capital projects, we also have several small but important department projects planned for 2024. We're planning to restructure our antiquated construction standards and specifications, investigate transitioning our street cut permitting system to Munis, gather data to develop GIS layers for ADA and subsurface asset management. So I touched on the capital projects, but here is where they currently stand. The State Street redesign is nearly complete. Our consultant designer submitted the final signal permit plans to PennDOT on Thursday, December 7th. Once approved, our next step is to meet with PennDOT and Kinsley to negotiate costs to construct the redesigned project. Construction is expected to commence spring of next year. Construction of the Capitol Gateway project on Forster Street is also expected to start in the spring of next year. The project will be administered through PennDOT's ECMS system. An RFP for design services for the Hurst Street Safety Improvements Project is currently being prepared, and the design is expected to begin in the spring of next year. Construction of Phase 1 of the East-West Connection or Chestnut Street, also expected to begin in spring of 2024. The bid documents are being updated and compiled for advertisement in PennBid currently. Design of the courthouse connection or Urban Meadows is expected to be completed next year. And the city also intends on beginning the design phase for the city bridge package. The package includes several bridges that are currently in poor condition. This includes Market Street over Paxton Creek, Walnut Street over Jonestown Road, and the 13th Street Bridge over Norfolk Southern. We also budgeted funds to install ADA-compliant ramps ahead of next year's city paving initiative. The engineering department is looking forward to successfully delivering these projects in 2024 and paving the road to a more functional and safer multimodal transportation in the city. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't have any questions at the moment. I'm going to open it up to my colleagues. I'll start to my far left this time with Councilman Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First and foremost, it's wonderful to say, hey, our engineer, right? It just feels great to say that. And you just seem knowledgeable. You hit the ground running. I mean, thank you. I could be a bit, I should know, but are we still in contracts with the other engineers that we were?
Yeah, you mean Dawood Engineering?
Correct.
Yes, their contract is likely going to get extended just to close out any residual work that they're still doing. But then moving forward, we plan on transitioning more to like an open-end approach with a different agreement.
Awesome, awesome. And then I had spoke with the administrative business manager about just some cycling improvements for safety to minimize, mitigate some cycling deaths. Is that something that I could look forward to speaking with you in the new year about? Dan loved the idea, and we have a few residents that are really, looking forward to volunteering or helping in any way. We haven't had the conversations as far as you, myself, Veronica, but hopefully in the new year, it's something we can do to just mitigate cycling deaths. As you know, it's become a problem. And, even if it's saving one life, that's someone's child, so.
Absolutely. Yeah, I didn't mention this, but we are currently also working on a traffic study out on Cameron and Paxton where, there's quite a few accidents, so.
Yeah, I put in for 2 cameras for that location.
Yep, the camera's perfect. And then I think they were just. Yep.
Cameron Paxton is not under the control of the city of Harrisburg.
Mm-hmm.
Not our intersection, and we have to convince somehow, thank God,
State, yep.
that there's something that has to be done, because we've got state funding to try and do that. But, so we're really clear, it is not, we cannot be changing.
Understand.
Who's it for you? That's what you were going to sue us on the other side.
Yep. Well, it's good to hear that our engineer has meetings coming up with PennDOT, so hopefully those conversations can begin, because it's needed, regardless who we need to speak to. I feel like the conversation needs to have, because I don't want to keep going. I've been to quite a few cyclist deaths, services, and it's not the best thing when you're seeing children. Any death, is unfortunate. But if it's something we could prevent as a city, of course, we know there's lines that we don't control. Those I'm not referring to, right? But the ones we do, we could possibly do a bit more.
Yeah, I should have said we are coordinating with PennDOT on those efforts.
There we go. That's a great way to go. So I appreciate it. Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, Councilman Majors.
Thank you. I'll also, and just for clarification, I believe the same goes for the intersection at Cameron and Market. Is that correct?
Mhm.
Okay. So I just, again, want that on the record. But with respect to the Munis system, do you know when that migration is expected to be completed for the department?
So we have a meeting tomorrow morning to actually observe very preliminarily how this is going to take place. So I can't honestly give you a time frame on that. I would say sometime next year. I mean, maybe early next year.
Okay. Yeah, because I think as you mentioned, there's a lot of antiquated systems that the department could benefit from updates to, and particularly when it comes to GIS mapping for our lights, street signs, et cetera, so that you guys can get on a good schedule. I know we've increased over the last couple of years the amount we budget for street signs. How's that been going? Where are we in terms of converting all of our street signs over to the new, more reflective materials?
We're taking the sections by the city by sections, and we're going and tackling one section at a time. The guys have been out there doing the signs and painting the curbs and everything. So we're working on it, and we're trying to stay ahead of the game.
Okay. Thank you. And yeah, excuse me. Yeah, but I think in terms of moving forward, if we're able to use the benefits of GIS mapping for a lot of the work that you all do, I think that'll be critical, and I'm glad to see us looking to invest in that. In terms of resources internally, do you think that will require an additional position for you all? I know we have a GIS manager through IT. Is that something else that you're looking at for additional positions?
At least for the asset inventory and the stuff that I spoke of, we're planning on using a consultant for that, because it's going to be one of those things where we need it now and then, kind of a cyclical type thing.
Okay.
But I don't know, if Veronica, if you have anything to add. Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. President Bowers.
Thank you. I don't have any questions. I apologize. I put the two that I did have under the wrong bureau, so you never received them, but you did answer them. They were just for the benefit of the public. What is the status of the State Street project? And can you please provide an overview of the city's engineering needs that are addressed in the budget? And you've answered both, so thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Lawson.
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Snow, for being here in front of us, and of course for taking the position. You were a welcome addition. The only question that I have is the State Street project, the redesign. Will that be available for the public to view, or?
So I think that they held public meetings back in 21, and that typical section I don't believe has changed at all. So we were not anticipating re-advertising the plans to the public, I should say. But
all right, I just remember earlier.
Okay.
We will. Okay.
It is another state. It's another state road too. So
yeah.
Right.
State Street is a state.
It is. All right. Well, thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. And Councilwoman Rawls.
Thank you. Good evening. Thank you for being here, Director Snow and Veronica. I appreciate you both for being here tonight and answering some questions. You answered one, which was about State Street, and you gave us updates, so thank you for that. My second question was about the possible mudslide that is behind the bridge, but also part of the Civil War Museum parking lot. There had been some conversations with that, and I don't know how much you were briefed on that, Director Snow, but I was just wondering what the status was of that. Is there any report, or, you know, what are some next steps to help be proactive with it?
Sure. So we had our consultant engineer, Dawood, go out and do a full structural assessment. They deemed it to be not, I'm going to call it not critical, in that there's no imminent danger of any major failure. It's going to continue to experience subsidence. So the Parks group did go out and put, blocks out in front of it to keep people from parking on it.
Yeah.
And we're currently looking for funding or revenue streams to actually, rebuild the wall at this point. So.
Okay. Is there, and I'm not sure who has the report, because like I said, I think it was before you had come on, but is there any way that we could get an email of that report?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
No, just because it's on it, and we asked before, I believe the engineer put on it not for.
Public release?
So I don't even know why.
Okay.
I don't consider it's not a final thing. I don't get that, but I certainly let you know. That's requested. Our office right to know.
Okay.
And because they have on there as the engineer, that disclaimer, we can give it to council.
You can't, I'm sorry, the microphone.
We can give it to council, of course, but.
That's it,
but
right.
We can't put it online, so.
Okay.
And that's a discussion probably for someday with the engineer.
And who would we discuss that with? Dawood, right?
The administration had to discuss with Dawood why is that on there? What concern do they have?
Would we be able to ask them that?
We can ask them.
Okay, thank you. Just to see why not. I think it should be public notice. I just wonder why they wouldn't want it to be. Thank you for that. That was, Veronica, I'm sorry, while I have your ear, there was, on 14th and there was a flickering light, and I knew it wasn't Christmas decoration. I said, at first I thought it was, it was a light show, but I said, I don't think so. And then, I could be wrong, but I think it was 17th and Sycamore. I didn't see a street sign, for saying that it was 17th Street. I knew I was on Sycamore, and I was guessing I was on 17th, but I didn't see one. So I didn't know if there was supposed to be one there. I missed something. I just wasn't sure. So I said I would bring it up.
At 17th and Sycamore?
I'm almost certain it was. If I was wrong, I do apologize. It was nighttime. But,
17 Sycamore is a stop sign.
okay, so maybe that's why there's no sign there then.
We'll get a sign up there.
Okay, but it is a stop sign, you're right. Thank you. I did stop. That's probably why I couldn't find the sign. That's why I couldn't see it, because I stopped. And I was like, where am I at? And that's what happened. I just throw out that disclaimer. Thank you.
Any other questions, Councilman Rodriguez?
Yes, while I have your ear as well, a few residents had concerns about, of course, I don't know if it's an update policy to the infrastructure, but the triangles that limit the 20, 25 feet from corner to corner. Some neighborhoods, because of how compressed and dense it is, they feel, why isn't it regulated depending on inner cities as opposed to the larger, like, federal guidance? Do you have any information you could give for the ones that are watching with those concerns?
So it's a PennDOT standard. It's across the board. We follow PennDOT law. It's in Article 75. They don't justify it different from inner city to
rural, so there's no...
There is no difference.
Okay. Could you just maybe for a second expand on what that is? Like, when you say the article, of course, to the resident complaining, I see Neil with the button.
It's the Pennsylvania Motor Vehicle Code.
I can't hear you, Neil.
It is the Pennsylvania Motor Vehicle Code.
Mhm.
That's what Title 75 is. The same thing we all took our driver's test on. It shows you how far you have to park from a corner, a hydrant, a marked area for limited parking. Basically, the law has not changed in a very long time. And technically, we don't have to mark the curb to cite somebody. So it's kind of basically giving you notice that you can be cited because this curb is being marked. So, but under Pennsylvania law, they don't have to mark that curb to get the ticket. So if you get out in the morning and it's late at night and you park next to the fire hydrant, there's not to be a marking there. You wake up in the morning, there's a big ticket on your car. 'cause you're next to
Fire
the
hydrants, yes, yep.
But it's the same, like, it's just a series of them in the code, you know, that how far you have to park.
So state law mandates that there's a certain
Right,
X,
so
Y,
the
Z.
painting's actually more than the law requires.
Okay.
So, and people who write tickets, well, you can just tickets out anyway, no marking whatsoever. So, and I understand people are very concerned about
Mhm.
parking. My neighborhood is no different.
'Cause it just limits, yeah.
Murray congested parking, which is a big city issue, that has to be addressed at some point. We have a lot more people in houses that used to be single-family homes. They're around now 2 or 3 or 4 units, and with lots of cars. That's a big picture discussion for council and the mayor to figure out how to address that.
Yep, understand, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, thank you all for being here tonight. Thank you for the work that you do. Thank you for bearing with us, because this has definitely been a long night. As we continue to push on, we will go to the Bureau of Fleet Management. And then followed after that, we will have the Department of Parks and Recs. That's a little change to the agenda, just to kind of keep it all within the same bureau.
Thank you.
So our vehicle,
If you could start by introducing yourself again.
okay, Austin Griffin, Deputy Director, Public Works, Brian Schmiedel, Fleet Manager, and Michelle Kennedy, she is our Administrative Assistant too. So our Vehicle Maintenance Center consists of the following positions: Fleet Manager Brian Schmiedel, Administrative Assistant 2 Michelle Kennedy, Shop Foreman Ken Gabner, Parts Person William Scorija, Automotive Mechanic 2 Randy Rosario, Automotive Mechanic 2 Aston Wood, Automotive Mechanic 2 Nolan Vanning. We are currently in need of 2 Automotive Mechanic 4 positions. Once these positions are filled, we would be at a full capacity in this department. I'll go on to our questions that were sent, 19 and 20. I'm going to start with 2023 again. Our 2023 goals were to hire a fleet manager and more mechanics. These goals have been met with the hiring of Brian and 2 new mechanics. With the hiring of our fleet manager, the VMC department has been coming into the 21st century. Since May of this year, VMC has undergone many improvements with buying equipment that helps our mechanics with their jobs. With these upgrades, the majority of the work is now done in-house. Brian also brings the knowledge and guidance to our mechanics to make these in-house repairs happen. Our 2024 goals are to reduce downtime of vehicles. VMC's turnaround time is usually 1 day unless a part is on back order. More maintenance on vehicles done in-house, eliminating expenses of outside vendors. The purchase of a new shop and service truck. Continuation of upgrading the garage equipment to better help the mechanics in their work. Streaming efficiency for our inventory system, which we were told will go live sometime in February with the Munis system. Have an electric monitor out in the shop so mechanics can see what work orders need to be done. Bring the garage up to date by painting the garage and purchasing more equipment to help better help the mechanics do their job.
Thank you. I will open it up to my colleagues with any questions. I will start with our Public Works Chair, Councilman Lawson.
Thank you, Vice President Green. I don't have any questions at this time.
Councilwoman Ross.
Good evening, and thank you for being here and continuing to be here. I don't have any questions.
Thank you. President Bowers.
I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Majors.
No questions for fleet management, but thank you guys for the work that you do.
Thank you, and Councilman Rodriguez.
No questions, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate you being here tonight. We appreciate the work that you do, and thank you. Next, we will move to the Department of Parks and Recreation. And as you approach the mic, I'll just go ahead and go over the little spiel. If you could first introduce yourself and your position, go over any questions that were asked beforehand. If you have any presentations, feel free to present them, and then we will open it up for questions.
Hi, Kevin Sanders, Parks and Recreation Manager.
I believe you have to use the mic.
Yes, you have to use it.
Parks and Recreation Manager, Kevin Sanders.
What contracts through?
What contracted services will be utilized by Parks and Rec? Parks and Recreation uses contracted services for programming needs. That can use after-school programming, summer programming, or special programs, signage and signage updates in parks, unplanned park repairs, some landscaping, special events needs. All told, this past year, we had 1,079 uses of park rentals through our park system and playgrounds. Some of those are internal, just to sort of broaden how we're using our rec software. Number 19, all departments, can you provide your 2024 department goals and measures of success? Sure. Our goals, our general goals have been to increase numbers of events and the programs that we offer. One of the other goals we're trying to do now for 2024 is increase events every 2 months and programming every 2 months to ensure that we are consistent activities for our city residents. These programs aren't just for children or the younger age groups any longer. We're sort of broadening our horizons in that area. One of the goals is to get about 50% capacity for a venue or meeting expected attendance numbers based on previous years. Some of these are new programs, so the matrix in that capacity is just sort of trying to make sure we can actually finish the program. Sometimes it's a little bit of a guess or I should say casting like a rod out there and just trying to see how many we get. But these are some more of the adult programs than the children programs. We would like to increase our enrollment numbers for our summer program, increasing our marketing, and increasing our staff numbers. This goal was met in 2023. We had at least a 10% increase in participants at pretty much all of our parks than we did in previous years. We are in the finalizing 3 of our park projects and beginning updates to parks, such as adding a splash pad to our pools. This will be measured by park projects staying within the estimate timeline and within estimate budgets. The timeline is definitely a little more challenging with the stipulations with the funding, so that is going to be a challenge right off the gate. But we're working on that. All departments, can you look back at your 2023 department goals and provide an update on your completion or progress towards these goals? In general, our goal was to increase our summer program. We reached that goal. We did add a lot more staff this year, as we added a lot more children at our programs, and that was on a day-to-day basis. We also increased 2 parks for programming This was successful. It was a lot of hard work, and it was definitely a little bit more of a challenge for all staff involved. Our other goal for the year was to increase our numbers on our events. We were able to do that. We were also able to increase our numbers at the Halloween Bash at the Brownstone, as well as the Winter Wonderland event, which was expanded from our Santa and Park event that was held at Reservoir, and we had to move it to downtown. So those were both really successful, and we may have actually doubled the projected attendance that we thought we would get, and we were all really proudly surprised. Our breakdown is we have 3 women and 6 men. We have 3 Caucasian and 6 blacks. That answers all our questions.
Thank you. I'm going to open it up for questions from our colleagues. I'm going to start to my far right with the Chair of Parks and Recreation.
Thank you, Vice President Green, and thank you, Director Ross and Mr. Saunders for being here and giving us that detailed report and answering the questions and letting us and the public know what your goals are for the upcoming year. I definitely seen an increase in the programs. Sometimes I can't even keep up, but I'm happy with that. I think the city is too. I've been hearing an overwhelming amount of support and happiness with how much is going on, especially the drive-through movie that I'm upset I missed. I was not here to see it, but I heard raving reviews about it. So thank you for the uptake. The only question that I had was, is there still the after-school program with Loop? Are they still providing?
Yes.
And would you be able to just email numbers? I should have asked it so you had it from us about how many students are in that program.
We have 172 signed up.
Oh, thank you. See, right on point. There you go. Thank you very much. That was all the questions I had, and just thank you again, and I look forward to continue to working with you all.
Thank you. Councilman Lawson.
Thank you. The only question I had really was just for my own edification. You said something about events that you're looking to gear more towards adults. What type of events did you have in mind?
So some form of a dance class. We also did a Spanish class. Recently, we did art in parks for seniors. While we try to target an age, we have learned that sometimes we have to modify on the go. We were offering a free first aid course. It was called Conversational Spanish, to be more clear.
Right.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you very much. I remember seeing that advertised.
Thank you.
Our art and park program is going on right now, every Wednesday, 11 a.m. to 4 p.m. at the Brownstone.
Okay. Thank
12
you.
p.m.
Yep.
It's fine.
President Bowers.
Thank you. Many of my questions have been answered, but I did want to note just one. I understand there's a vacancy of the Parks and Rec Assistant Manager. The response here is that you're currently interviewing for the position, so you intend to fill it before the end of this year?
Hopefully, the end of this year, we may run out of calendar space and have to go into the beginning of next year, just because of the holiday season.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Majors.
Thank you. I'm not sure if this is whether for facilities or you all, but all of the, I know you guys are glad we're starting to use the brownstone more in Reservoir Park, but some of those other smaller buildings, I know they were used for storage for a while. Are we planning on using them for still using them for different programming, or what's the status of all the smaller? I know one used to be, I think it still is for pottery, but the other.
So the art buildings are in use.
Okay, all of them.
They're in use.
Okay.
Yes. But not the bathroom. The bathroom's not in use.
Yes.
But the art buildings are in use.
So all of them are.
Our association actually rents those
Okay, they rent all of them. Okay. All right. And then in terms of new programming for the youth, I know in the past the city used to do have, you know, with different sports leagues, or is there any talk of bringing any different additional youth activities through Parks, Recreation, and Enrichment for 24?
We've had some preliminary conversations with the school district, but not real in depth, just to see where their intramurals were in their middle school. I sort of jumped on it whenever the new superintendent stated that they were going to have middle school sports, and I thought that was going to move a little quicker than it has.
Okay.
We do have our tennis program in the summertime for 8 weeks.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. Yeah, and I think that's great. But I think if we can look to engage and have some additional partnerships with some other, you know, youth nonprofits or others, you know, groups to bring some additional athletic opportunities for the different, you know, facilities that we have available, I think that could, you know, help improve our engagement, which is continuing to go up. And I appreciate the work that you all do to have done to increase youth engagement in the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Rodriguez.
Just to piggyback off of Councilman Majors, just the same, I would just hope more advanced programming wouldn't be contingent on the district either in or out. We're just finding different partners and just get more creative in that space. But I think you guys have been doing phenomenal thus far. Thank you.
Yep. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments?
I had one additional one. I was just wondering, because we were talking about the brownstone, the art building, the greenhouse. I know we spoke about it briefly, but is there any movement or goals for that? Okay.
We're working on it.
Thank you. I just think I could just see it being a great avenue with the students. I know they have a gardening club at Math Science, so it might be up with the greenhouse. So, thank you.
It's on our list of projects.
Thank you. I like to hear that.
Absolutely.
Thank you. I don't have any other questions myself. I do appreciate all the hard work you guys have done. I really can see the expansion in the programming and the different offerings throughout the city for all of our residents, not just our youth, but looking at our seniors and adults. So I do appreciate that, and it doesn't go unnoticed. So thank you.
Thank you.
I think I can finally say last but not least, we have the final department for the night, which is the Department of Facilities and Special Projects. And I do appreciate everyone bearing with us as we push through for the night. Didn't want to delay it and push this onto tomorrow's agenda just because we have a lot on tomorrow's agenda as well. So I do appreciate it for everyone watching at home as well. Thank you for bearing with us. Then if you could just introduce yourself, your title, and go over questions that were asked of your department beforehand, and then if you have any presentations you would like to give, and then we'll open it up for questions.
Is it working now? All right. Good afternoon, Council. My name is David Baker. I'm the Director for the Facilities Department for the City of Harrisburg. We have some questions. Sorry for the mic noise. All right, so the 2024 department goals, really our goals for 2024 are to improve accessibility throughout the city for all of our facilities and to continue assisting all of our individuals throughout all of our city facilities, along with keeping everyone as safe as possible. So that's the answer to the first question. The 2023 department goals, we have, actually that's part of the PowerPoint, so I'll go over that question whenever we go. We have a very short PowerPoint, don't worry, I will not keep you for a long time. So we'll hit those whenever we go over the PowerPoint. Question here. Okay, you guys would like an update on the Broad Street Market. The Broad Street Market temporary tent or temporary structure, we did do the pre-bid walk through today. We will get the bids back on 12/18. They will go to the Law Bureau for review. They'll be graded, and depending on when we get that back from the Law Bureau, and I'm sure you can ask Neil if you have any further questions on that. It's possible we could start construction on 1/9 of '24. But again, there's a lot of variables in there, so I would not recommend putting out a public date on when we're gonna get up and running. Oh, crap. My computer just shut down. All right. All right, so next you're asking about the capital projects. We currently have a capital project in progress. It is the public safety building rehabilitation, basically. We're working on all of the HVAC, all the mechanicals in that building, but we will also be starting an ADA upgrade, evidence relocation, and just like a front-end makeover to give the public better accessibility to the police department itself. And with that, unless you have any other questions, we can do this real quick PowerPoint. Or this real quick. You want me to do it? All right, let me switch over here. All right, so this gets back to the second question on here. So we have the Public Works bathrooms, which are in disrepair, to say the best. We are going to try and hire a consultant this year still to get all of our, as-built or our heights, widths, dimensions needed for our ADA requirements, and make sure that we have, everything up to par before we start construction, which then we have budgeted to do construction on the 5 bathrooms in 2024. The MLK fire pump we hope to have complete before, well, you can see the completion date on here, before the end of the first quarter of '24. Most of these projects we have will span multiple years. They do take a while to get the contracts through our legal department and then to go out for bid and the entire process of all that. So the next one is the mansion roof. Again, you can see the cost incurred with the mansion roof, and you can see our estimated finalization date on that guy. The PSB HVAC system, again, that is a multi-year project. You see 2025 is when we plan on finishing that. And then the public safety building ADA renovations, that was what I was talking about. It'll be a little over $1 million most likely, and that will be completed in 2024 as well. The mansion porch should be completed. As you can see this year, they are on their way, but that has been a long time coming. It was a little more in depth than what we expected whenever we started, as you guys know. And unfortunately, the costs for these things are pretty significant. So Broad Street Market, we hit on that a little bit as far as the very rough construction schedule goes. And for the most part, we just need those 2 mechanical contractors, the plumbers or the electricians, to come in and do their thing. We've had some volunteer work from different individuals throughout the area, and we have HVAC done. The framing is for the most part done, and some of the plumbing is. But as we said, we need those 2 mechanical contractors still. All right, so this is from our special events department. They had a really successful holiday parade this year. 94. I apologize, it's getting old. So we had 94 different participants in this parade. We had additional balloons this year compared to last year. We had more marching bands than ever before this year, and then we had some really great dance and step teams in the holiday parade as well. We had some celebrity judges. There's a lot of really cool stuff, and we have a real short video clip of the holiday parade. All right, and last but not least is our special events. It really is a kid-based New Year's Eve celebration. As you can see from the flyer here, it starts at 9 p.m. and goes until 12 midnight. We will be celebrating the strawberry drop. If you have any little ones, I'd recommend you bring them. There will be all types of glow lights, and we'll have black lights throughout the entire city government center. There'll be bubbles, giveaways, and then light refreshments for everyone. It will definitely be something we've never done here before, so we're all kind of looking forward to that. We're also doing the balloon drop as well. We'll have some special balloons to reflect some of those black lights. So with that, I'm hitting the wrong computer button. That will concur the presentation, I think. There we go. All right, any questions?
Thank you very much. I'm going to start to my far left with Councilman Rodriguez. Any questions or comments?
No questions, just more of a few comments. Seeing that warmed my heart, seeing a lot of the youth that I know and from different school districts, just seeing them having fun. That's the vision of, the city, especially when I wanted to run for office, seeing more of that, more engagement. So thank you for all the work you're doing. And 11 years ago, give or take, I actually had the honor when I was an entertainer to host New Year's Eve celebration right out front and drop the strawberry. So that's near and dear to my heart as well. That's a little unknown fact. Not too many people know because I was about much younger, but longer hair and all that. But just keep up the good work, and I look forward to seeing the festivities this New Year's.
There's got to be tape on that somewhere.
You gonna believe?
Find it now. Find it.
Thank you. Councilman Majors.
Thank you. No questions. I mean, I think just getting used to the new structure of things. So if there's any follow-up, I'll just put it in writing. But I appreciate the work that you all are doing. Well, I will have one question, particularly as it relates to the work around the Broad Street Market. How's that going? I know we're still out to bid, but what's all that going to entail from your end? Are you taking over as manager of the project, or how's that working relationship between you and other departments within the city?
So the temporary building, I'm basically working as like an active construction manager, but we will be going out for the permanent building for a construction manager to oversee that project.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. President Bowers, any questions?
Yes, thank you. My questions are around vacancies. So I initially asked, when do you intend to fill the laborer 2? There were 3 vacancies, but I understand that you're currently in the hiring process. So the anticipation is that by the end of this year, you'll have 1 vacancy to fill?
Yes,
Is that
correct. I believe we have individuals in backgrounds or finalizing backgrounds, and they just have the offer letters going out. So yes, that's correct.
Okay. So to complete and fill the last vacancy, do you think that will spill over into the first quarter of next year?
Anything's possible. I know we are advertising for it, so I mean, we're always hopeful.
Okay. And the vacancy for the administrative assistant 1, there's an applicant that's going through the background process. Do you anticipate that they will be extended a formal offer, or however, the vacancy will be filled by the end of the year, or do you anticipate the first quarter of next year?
I do believe it will be filled before the end of the year.
Okay. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you. I can't remember which way I was going. Councilman Lawson.
All right. It's getting late. That's all right. Thank you, Director Baker. And just like Councilman Rodriguez was saying, I really do enjoy seeing the videos and seeing the kids interacting, seeing the city alive. So that's something we appreciate. And so although we kept you to the end, that was a nice way to wrap up.
And I always do forget this, but I really do want to thank Matt's team for all the work they did, because they put these videos together for us every time. And they were out there freezing with the rest of us on all these events, and they really do a great job, so.
Okay, great. I just have one question, and it may be moot, but the mansion in Reservoir, the numbers for the roof and the porch, they just seem to be extremely high to me, so I'm not certain what's going into that, why we're at that level.
So smaller facilities can cost more than you might think whenever they're in a commercial setting. You know, it also does not help the fact that the Reservoir Park Mansion is a very old building. So it has like slate roof on there, and that's incredibly expensive, not only to replace, but also to remove. There's a lot of weight there. We have extensive damage to the woodwork in that area because for years and years, I think there were animals or weather or whatever it may be that were doing their thing, and it was not able to be seen until they started tearing off the facade of everything. So because of the age of that building, there's a lot more possibility in which way the price can go compared to something that would be newer, where you know what to expect behind. You know, it's a 2x4 wall. They had rough cut timbers. I mean, it could have been first generation lumber. It's thick stuff. It's not what you'd see here. The walls are probably a good 18 to 24 inches thick. It's not built. It's a balloon frame building instead of your regular stick frame. So there's different fire practice, like fire code we have to do whenever we work in there. There's a lot of stuff you don't see in most buildings you see in that building. So.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilwoman Ross.
Thank you very much, Vice President Green. I won't take long. I know I'm last here. Thank you for being here, Director Baker, and for the work that you're doing with the Broad Street Market. I know that's not easy, and with the anticipation from the public and the questions, and just all of us, I think, wanting it back up and running the way that we know of it too, even though it won't happen that way. I can only imagine kind of the questions you get in just trying to push everything through. I just had 2 questions, and one might be an administration question. But for you, the first one with the Councilman Lawson, sorry, I know your name. He made me think of it. I know you said it was a slate roof on there. Is that like I know what a slate roof is. Is it a slate roof or a terracotta roof on the mansion? Because you said it was heavy.
Yeah, it's like a stone base.
Okay. All right. Because I always thought it was like forever roofs. So I was just wondering, did it need like a spotting correction, or the whole roof needs to be taken out? Because that could be why the numbers are so high.
Yeah, the entire roof is getting replaced. There's just, if it would have been done 20 years ago, I think there might have been some possibility of repairs. But there's just been a lot of damage incurred over years and years. I mean, the weather is not kind to anything outside, so
yeah,
it's done its job for many, many years.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted some more clarification on that. Now, this question may be for administration. I know that we had a document listing the manager's positions, how much the increase was, and a description on why, but I did not see that for Director Baker. So I was just wondering if we could, unless I missed it, because I know he had an increase too, and there was a reorganization, but I did not see his increase here and the reasoning behind it. So is there any way we would be able to get that unless I've missed it?
It's on page 207 of the document. He received a 2% increase.
Okay. Thank you. Well, some of them had, even though it was a standard 2.5, I guess not. Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. Sorry, I wasted my time with that question. I didn't see it. That's it for me.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councilman Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's not a question, well, kind of is. Are we replacing the roof with the exact same or more sustainable materials?
No, it will be replaced with a more modern day material.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I don't have many questions. I'm not even sure if this one's for you, just with the whole reorganization. Any update on the process for the Cloverly pool, the Southside pool, and where that's at? I don't know where that falls. Is that now under, is that Parks and Rec or?
You want me to answer?
All right. So that would be joint between facilities and special projects and Parks and Rec? Would you come to a microphone just so the public can hear it as well?
Yeah, you want to look at it from like a project delivery thing. The end customers, Parks and Rec, they'll work with the community on the, and council on the design. Dave will work on help delivering that for the community.
Okay, so I should get the initial update from Parks and Rec then, since that'll be the design phase. And then once we're past that, then I should look to Director Baker for more of the implementation phase.
Yeah, they were waiting for the budget to pass, and then they were going to be scheduling with council, kind of like what Denise did probably about a month or so ago with her opening projects, where they'll have an opening meeting with you to just kind of get your ideas and thoughts, and then go and work and taking things out to the public to get their feedback to move forward with the plan.
All right, thank you very much. That's the question that I had. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, thank you very much, Director Baker, for being here tonight. Thank you for bearing with us till after 10 p.m. And thank you for that presentation and the work that you do. With that, I believe that closes all committee business. I'm going to pass it over to President Bowers to go over public comment.
Okay, thank you. Just a few housekeeping notes. I think we're just going through these pleasantries at this point, but we will still go through them. Please state your name and your address for the meeting record. If you don't feel comfortable sharing your address, please share the vicinity in which you live within the city. You'll have 2 minutes to share your comments. Mr. Truesdale will serve as our timekeeper. I'll begin to my right. Is there anyone that would like to offer public comment? Seeing and hearing no one. Anyone in the middle section? Seeing and hearing no one. Anyone to my left? Yes. Vice President Green asked me to remind everyone, don't forget that you do have the option to share your public comments in writing, so you can email them to publiccomment@harrisburgpa.gov, and we will add them to the meeting record. You can also send them by snail mail, if that's your preference. Is there any further discussion for this evening? Any announcements for tomorrow night, Vice President Green, or are we good to go?
I think we're good to go, but tomorrow night we will be having what is planned to be our last budget hearing for the proposed 2024 budget. There will also be some work session items included in there as well, where we will go over several resolutions beforehand. So we'll do the resolutions before we start the budget hearings. I do plan for it to probably be a long night, as tonight was, so please bear with us as we go through this process.
Thank you very much. Council members, the time is 10:28 p.m. I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second that.
Thank you. We stand adjourned.